Get started. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the special call meeting of the Temple City Council for Friday, July 11th, 2025. It's about 7:55. First, we're going to have a quick presentation or an update, I guess, regarding Fire Station 2 from Belinda and Chief.
I want to make a note too that this will impact the FY 26 budget.
Sure.
That is one opening.
It's actually something that has come up since the budget was filed, so.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not included.
So just wanted to give you an update as what's going on. This is Fire Station 2. It's located on East Avenue H on the south edge of Wilson Park. It was constructed in 1999.
96, I think.
96. So it's going on almost 30 years old. So basically what happened was there was a media release that went out on July 9th, so on Wednesday, that kind of gave some public input to what was put out. So this is kind of what was put out, just telling people that we found some issues, some maintenance issues that need to be dealt with at Fire Station 2. And out of caution, we are moving all firefighters that's currently stationed out of 2 to Station 1 temporarily. But coverage still stays the same. However, basically your response times may be a little bit delayed, but we have a plan in place to fix that challenge. So the social media post, if you haven't seen it, that came out after the media post went out, was toxic black mold is not a maintenance issue, it's years of neglect. Temple firefighters have been living and working in mold infested conditions at Station 2 for 3 to 4 years. FD guys were told to clean and bleach the mold themselves. Our loved ones signed up for the job, but they didn't sign up for their own health to be at risk due to negligence. Mold like this has been at issue at Stations 2, 3, 7, and at 1.7 crews had to live in a mobile home. That is true. People need to be held accountable for their negligence and lack of responsibility. So this is what we got a lot of feedback on from the public yesterday. So we felt it was timely to give you all an update as to the facts as we know them. So the explanation is yes, we do have mold at Fire Station 2. A mold issue was initially brought to our attention in November of 2022, that being to Chief, and then Chief brings it to my attention and our staff reacted to it. But the important thing to know, it wasn't the black mold, which is the toxic mold. Stachybotrys was not identified until testing on June 23rd. And we didn't know about those results immediately, but as soon as we got those results, we immediately took action. Basically, at first, the appearance or the identification of the Stachybotrys was just in the sleeping quarters. So we quarantined that room. But then we did a test a week later just to make sure it was safe to use the workout room and so forth for temporary living. And lo and behold, the Stachybotrys had spread to all living quarters. So the thing I want to point out is mold is a fungus. It's everywhere. It's in this room right now. The thing that you want to be aware of, though, is you just want to control it. You want the levels of mold actually to be higher outside when you do testing than it is inside. So if you have an imbalance there, then that's a problem. But ultimately, you do want your air quality better inside than outside. But there's mold everywhere. So we have taken several steps to remediate the mold since November of 2022. But the actual source of and why we now have the Stachybotrys mold, it cannot be clearly defined. However, you could say that the recent high humidity levels had some impact on that. I think there could be some truth to that, but nothing can be proven as to why we have the Stachybotrys mold now.
Does the unharmful mold, and I'm asking a scientific question to the director first, so. But does a quote unquote non-harmful regular mold turn in to Stachybotrys, or is that a brand new strain?
It's a brand new strain.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, can I point out one other?
Absolutely.
So, and you can see the date here on the, like this last mold test is 7/1. But we didn't move them out till 7/3, and the reason for that is, that's when the test was done, the date the test samples were collected. We did not get the report until 7/3. That's when we knew it, you know, what the results were. And like I said, the minute I read those, I said, get them out of there, so.
Yeah.
Again, there wasn't a delay there, it's just, you do the sample, it takes them a day or two to get us the report, and then as soon as we get the report, that's what they're doing. And that particular mold test, I just want to be clear on that one too, is the original test had not tested the weight room where we moved their bedroom to, and where we had used before as a bedroom and living quarters. It didn't test over there, and I wanted to make sure that that one was clear as well. And so that's why we asked for that mold test. I mean, at that point, we had no reason to believe that it had spread or anything, but we hadn't tested that space, and I wanted to make sure, since we had it in the others, that one was okay to move them to. And as it ends up, it wasn't. Thank you.
And the other thing to point out too, when you walk into the station, like we were in there earlier this week, meeting with contractors and so forth, but it's not like you walk in and you see black mold everything. It's in the air. And so it's not like you see this black mold, but it is airborne at this point. And also in the walls. So history on this, just to give you some background. So starting in November 22, this is getting back to the fact we have been doing things. On November 15th, 2022, basically this was the mold test results. And what you can see right here, what I've highlighted is this is Penicillium aspergillus. It's a type of mold. And as you can see right here in the kitchen cabinets, it was 23,893 spores per, I should know what it is, but it's just an intensity. But if I go outside, it was 107 spores. So that's not good. So we reacted to that, and there was lots of things that we did, and ultimately we came back in on March 7th, and basically those levels were lower than what they were. So going over here, outside is 213, 173. That's what we want. Okay. So what we did on December 14th, when we got this testing, is actually city staff, and we actually hired a mold remediation company to help us clean everything and so forth, but we removed and replaced drywall in the kitchen cabinet areas. We replaced lower kitchen cabinets. And as I just said, my professionally antimicrobially cleaned and reset upper kitchen cabinets. So that's just a picture on the upper right of that activity happening. The thing, there actually was physical mold. That's the bottom of a drawer in the kitchen. There was actually a lot of moisture in the walls of it that had creeped up, and that was growing underneath the drawers. That cabinet was thrown away. Okay.
But the mold is in the wall.
The mold wasn't there. That's where we felt at that time the source was coming from. The moisture in the wall and some mold that we found on the back side of sheetrock. Okay. Going on to December 11th, 2022, we did hire immediately to someone to help us look at the building, because that's where we thought we had issues. And so we hired Onco Industries. Their focus of their assessment for the most part was on water infiltration. And they gave us a recommendation, which we complied with, except for we didn't replace the windows. But y'all authorized a contract for $72,860. And in the fall of 23, they basically did an overhaul of the building envelope to make sure everything was sealed up from the outside. One thing I think they might have done though, is covered up the weep holes, which was not a good thing.
We've had that
happen. The other thing we did before January 2023, we replaced the HVAC system. Once you've got that mold going through your ventilation system, the return air and everything, you want to get that out of there. So we replaced the ducts and we replaced the HVAC system.
So is the thought that the initial water infiltration just from outside is what brought the moisture, and then the HVAC system then pushed it through? Or is it a problem with the HVAC system draining? Or not?
There was a problem with that HVAC unit where there was a broken condensation line that was leaking into the wall cavity into the kitchen. Wow. So that's what we really thought was the source of it. And then we also had a leak in the shower on the other side of the wall. And so we thought that we got that fixed too, put tile up where we needed to. So we thought we had it corrected. And the test results indicated we did. Okay. So then came May of 2024 and got a call from Chief Randalls and says, hey, getting some more complaints again. So basically what we did is we did another air sample and lo and behold, Penicillium aspergillus, 13,120 in the kitchen again. And then outside the building is 160, again, not good. So what we did at that point, we knew that we had to figure out something else, but we immediately put in an air scrubber along with, actually we had 2 air scrubbers and 2 dehumidifiers. All that does is scrubs the air. And what we did by doing that, we didn't get it below the level we wanted it to, but we did get it down to 1,867. So to this date, to when we moved them out, we had air scrubber going in there and 2 dehumidifiers. So we knew that we had issues, but they probably could have racked a little bit quicker. But in January, facility staff, we said, let's tear into this. We're not getting the answers that we got. We didn't get the right direction we felt when we hired the first consultant. So we ourselves opened up the cavities up there to see exactly, to understand how it was constructed, that building. And then what we did also in the heels of this, we knew that because what was budgeted in the fiscal year 25 business plan was to basically do a renovation of fire station 2, 4, and 6, with the idea that we needed to add multi-gender restrooms in that building and create private bedrooms. But we knew in talking to BRW that wasn't necessarily their expertise to help us figure out the whole building envelope thing. So what we did it took a little bit to get them on board with this, but in April of 2025, we engaged Wish, Janie, Elsner and Associates. I refer to them as kind of our go-to forensic engineering team. If we have a problem and so forth, we started using them in the Parks Admin building. When we had the mold issue there, and we've used them in solid waste, and we've used them in lots of other places. We're currently using them at City Hall. But basically to diagnose what the heck is going on. So we did finally get a report, or not finally, but we received the official report in May 30th of last month or 2 months ago. The conclusion though, just real general, because it's a lengthy report, is that the air and moisture barrier of the building has failed, causing condensation, humidity, and I said it earlier, biological growth within the station. And the points are, and what this is a picture. So what they have is they have like an infrared camera. And this is the corner of the bedroom on the northeast corner of the bunk room. And basically what this shows is temperature of the wall. What you can see is here on the main parts of the wall where we've got the styrofoam insulation and vapor barrier, the temperature on that wall was 62.7 degrees. But when you go up to the corners and the edges and down the seams of where the styrofoam insulation was, it jumps up to closer to 70 degrees. Likewise, when you look at an outlet, we were feeling the air come through the outlets, which we said, this isn't right, and so forth. So ultimately, you can tell also that the floor basically was 74 degrees. And then around the outlet point, it was also, it went up to 74 degrees. So, but the wall around it was all cooler than that. So points to problems. In the report, this is a very, I like this, but for me, not being a technical construction person by education or anything, but this basically shows you've got air coming through a building. And a masonry wall is permeable. And so basically what you need to do though is you don't want openings in your cavity in here. So this is the wall cavity. There is an air cavity in there, but basically what happened was the tape joints, when they put on the styrofoam board and so forth, that was to act as the vapor and moisture barrier for the building, those tapes, they tape them, but that tape is close to 30 years old. So it's failing. So that's what's happening to all of this and so forth. And the other things have happened where basically up here, what maybe was in place to begin with, now moisture and air is just running into the building. So as you can imagine, with the recent humid days and so forth, all that outside air is basically going into the building. and it's creating a problem.
And so if I can real quick too, normally in construction of a commercial building like this, you're gonna have that foam backer board up there, but you're also gonna have a layer of sheathing and stuff as well as a secondary layer. This station does not have that. And that is, and again, it's kind of what I've been talking to folks about. It was just never built correctly. And I don't know if that's from the plan designs. We don't have the plans for the original building build, so I don't know what the actual building called for. It's really hard for me to believe that it called for just the foam backer board. I've never seen that used as a structural element in a building. That's just unusual. And so, back in '96 when this was built, it was just, like I say, it was built incorrectly. And so there should have been a sheathing on the outside of this that was also
A house wrap, Tyvek.
Yep,
Well, the
exactly.
Tyvek was
yeah.
the styrofoam board, and then it has the aluminum
Yeah.
coating and so forth, but there's no plywood inside it. Now, I
Yeah.
talked to different people, and back in when this was built, this was kind of, as I understand it, was acceptable practice and so forth, but
This same builder built two,
2 and 7,
two and seven failed as well.
same architect, same construction.
And 7 was quite a while ago. From what I understand, like 20 years ago.
Yep.
Is when it was. It was before most of the folks that are on the fire department now were here. I think there's only one or two that remember, that happened and stuff, so.
So our game plan to get through this and get the firemen back into a safe, and we consider safe building with acceptable mold levels is we're coordinating right now the purchase of a single wide mobile home. It's a Clayton, it's called the Glory. 1,039 square feet, it's 3 bedrooms, 2 bath mobile homes, so we can get them back over to their area of coverage. And our plan is, this is the siding Avenue H down here, and so our plan is to back it in right here. The reason we were on site earlier this week is coordination of how we're gonna get water, sewer, electric, and all those things we've got moving in place to make that happen. Their trucks will still go operate out of the bay, so when they get a call, they'll come out of the trailer and basically into the bays and then out of the. Step 2, we need to remediate the mold. We have plans, we have in the business plan funding to renovate Fire Station 2. Now, it's been enhanced as to what we need to do, because of what we found. We think we can correct this problem once and for all. And then that is defined by the architect. When they did their initial assessment, was 1.1 million. So basically what we're going to do, because of the need for additional private bath or bedrooms, bunk rooms, and addition to restrooms, so we handle appropriately the multi-genders that are in the force now. What our plan is, this is the current footprint, and then this is what we're proposing as the new. So we're ahead. It's not like we're starting in the design phase of square one, where we're trying to figure out, well, what do we need? We know what we need to do. We just need to get a contract in place and the design team moving to get this all so we can get it out for bids or competitive proposals and get it built.
Is Station 4 is Midway?
Water Stereo.
Water Station, okay.
Yep. So if I can, just real quick on this, I just want to point out a few of the things that we're designing into this building with the addition and the remodel and of course the remediation. So you can see a couple of extra bedrooms here. So we'll have 6 bedrooms here. And the reason why we're putting in 6, we only have a staff of 3 there routinely. But again, we're building it with an eye to growth. And so as that east side of the city develops, as it's starting to do, we can add another apparatus over here if we need to. So we could run 2 crews out of the station. Again, one of the things that I think we kind of did poorly back 30 years ago was we didn't have a lot of plans for the future. And so our stations are pretty small. And so that's why we're expanding that. Again, the individual restrooms, we're doing airlocks here to keep the diesel exhaust and the stuff from outside from coming to the inside. So, these 2 doors, obviously you'll go through into one, into an airlock, out to the other one to help keep like I said, that diesel exhaust and those things. We're moving their turnout gear into an actual enclosed room, again, outside, away from the diesel fumes and the other items that are out there, also getting it out of the sun. Sun breaks down our gear really bad. And so we're getting it into an enclosed room that is also, like I say, protected and ventilated, so it will dry and keep any of the stuff that they've got on their gear away from their sleeping quarters or from their quarters. And again, that's why it's all the way across the building. And then finally, on this one, we are enhancing the construction on it to utilize as a storm shelter as well. You know, I've kind of talked about that since I've gotten here, and you know, we kind of lived that last year. And so as we upgrade stations, we're trying to design in some safe areas for the crews as well. Again, we need them to survive as well as their apparatus to be there, and we need to give them a safe place to go. And so that's some of the stuff we're doing.
What's the volume of Station 2 versus others? Call volume?
Oh, so they are about fourth or fifth, depending upon the month as far
About
as
the middle,
busyness.
okay.
So yeah, they're about middle.
Middle lower?
Yeah, station one is by far the busiest. Three's next, four is up after that. Five in front of two, and then two comes after five. So yeah, like I say, they're about fourth, fifth. Them and five kind of switch back and forth time to time. And then the one that's really coming on in recent years is seven. Seven's call volume from the time I first got here to today has tripled. Like I say, just because, and again, it's because of the growth out here.
Sure.
Yeah, we're adding a ton of stuff, but yeah, that's where they are on it.
Okay.
About 120, 130 calls a month.
So the OPC on two alone is 1.1, right?
That is
That's
correct.
not to it.
And because of what we have, we did not allow for that in the business plan, so that's why where we have kind of a plan in place, an assessment as to what we like to do at 2, 4, and 6. Right now, our focus, we're gonna take the funds and do them prioritize number 2 as number 1 priority. And that was before we even found out about the statute of occupancy or anything. And then Station 4 on the heels of it. The other thing I'll point out with regards to the trailer that we're proposing to buy is that once we're done with 2, do the renovations, then we want to move that trailer probably. We're gonna buy it and move it to 4 so that we can use it and keep those personnel in their appropriate area of the city.
Going forward, Brian, I know that we're talking about Greenwich Station due to growth. What sort of is the anticipated growth rate for East Temple? Is it at some point, is that gonna need a new station? Or do you have any idea on density by foot?
No, I mean, we're gonna talk about that a lot today, Station 9 is West Temple, Station 10 is South Temple, around 31st and 93. Station 11 is projected to be, North Industrial Park, north of Old Howard. And then Station 12, in the master plan is shown to be at,
Yeah.
It's about
at
Young
least
Drive.
Young. I think that I mean, if I were going to Las Vegas, I would probably say that Station 13, which is at Barnhart, and Old
95.
Old 95 Woodland Road is more likely to be Station 12. But in the master plan that was completed a few years ago, they were thinking 12 was gonna be East Temple. So both of those are East Temple. So I think whether it's the north option or the south option, one of those is gonna be Station 12.
Yeah.
And then there will probably be Station 13, or perhaps 14 is farther south, which is
Slot stations.
Partridge Bluff Road area, and as growth is starting to really occur in that area, I think 12, 13, and 14 are a little bit more fuzzy for us right now in terms of what is actually gonna be number 12. And you'll hear, plans today that, I think at best, we would start design of Station 12 in the 6-year plan. Wherever Station 12 is, but it would be somewhere in East Temple, whether that's East Jones, Barnhart, or further southeast.
But
Many years that.
Um,
6 or 7
many,
years.
many in terms of starting design in 2031, construction in 2032
Okay,
is the current projection.
okay. All right, anything else?
Yeah, with regards to the trailer that we're proposing, it is over 50,000, so our plan at this point with Bryn's support, we are proceeding with that purchase. We're actually hoping that we have it on site on Monday. And then we'll bring that back to you on August 7th for your blessing and ratification.
Counseling questions?
I toured Wednesday with about 6 firefighters and, it smells pretty bad. I mean, you can smell the mildew that's living inside there. They feel very forgotten. And, I'm hopeful that we can expedite this so that we can make sure they and their families feel like that we are prioritizing them. So they really feel like
Thank you.
their concerns have been pushed aside, so, I would like to see us do this as quickly as possible.
Absolutely.
And I felt like we didn't really know anything about it, and then now we're getting lots of phone calls, so this is helpful for us to be able to give them a good timeline. Could you send this to us, or just so I could write it down better?
Absolutely.
I want to make sure that I can give them as much information as possible. All right, thank you.
Absolutely.
Linda, a quick question on the 1.1 million OPC. We have the renovations to fire station 2 are in the existing business plan that's adopted.
They are, but it's not at the level of 1.1 million.
And we will prioritize projects to fund it at the level that it needs to reflect this.
Anything else? All right, well, as always, I appreciate you guys, identifying the situation, jumping on it, as soon as you could. I'm sorry that we've had these ongoing issues, and to Jessica's point, with, so maybe some firefighters don't feel like they're being taken care of, but that's always relevant, right? So it's easy for keyboard warriors to get out there and throw a bunch of stuff out. So we take that into consideration too, but this was something that I didn't know was ongoing, or that city been fighting with since 22. So it's a little disappointed it took this long to find out, but I appreciate, like I said, you guys jumping on it and taking care. The residents get upset about stuff like this, but if you look across all the buildings that the city of Temple owns and maintains, I mean, my goodness, I have a few rent houses. There's always something going wrong with just those few, right? And so I can't imagine dealing with, and especially these fire buildings and police, they are used daily, and they are used
Well,
the
firefighters
hard,
spend more
right?
time here than they do in their own home.
Right. Many
So
times.
we go to work and we come home. I
Right.
mean, they
This is 24/7,
They're there.
365.
breathing that air, just need to make sure that we're keeping them in a safe environment.
But thank y'all for jumping on that. If there's nothing else, I guess we can move forward, and you'll have someone forward this to all of us.
Absolutely,
Because we do get phone calls about stuff like this.
absolutely.
Just like anything else, people aren't upset. Once you give them the right answers, it's just, sort of no info, in a vacuum. It's in the paper, city shutting down a building, and then, city has, issues at city hall, and, just have to get information out there.
Correct.
And, as long as people know that something's been worked on, they're typically satisfied. So, thank y'all for that.
And Jessica, just put on record too, on did you do a tour just in the last day or two?
Wednesday,
Okay, we had turned up the thermostat, so knowing that no one was in there, so that had an impact because the dehumidification and everything was not operating. So yes, I'm not saying it was great when I was in there on Monday or Tuesday, but I wanna
Sure.
point
And I
that
think
out.
also living with those dehumidifiers, they're so loud.
Yeah,
So
agree,
there's,
agree.
it's just
agree.
an uncomfortable environment to be in, but yes, I understand. Thank you.
So is there a plan to, get any of this type of information out to the public?
just in general?
One second, I gotta. This is what was put out.
No, I mean, she did a statement. But that's all that we.
This is what I understand we released, I think, Heather, right here, this is the statement.
Yesterday that was.
Yes,
See that.
actually, it was right around probably 5 o'clock.
Yep, a couple of the news stations didn't pick it up. They only ran maybe 2 or 3 sentences out of it, so.
Yeah. Yeah, you never get your whole statement out unless you buy space in the paper or something. So,
Maybe we need to.
yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong. I mean, that's a serious
I
issue.
think this timeline would be nice. For people that realize that something has been done. that hasn't been finished.
You have to thread the needle, right? Otherwise it looks like we're making excuses. So, you know, whatever, if something's put out, I would recommend that we put that, something be put out. But that it be, very professional, with the timeline and just, you know, be honest that this, you know, for construction, you know, et cetera. Again, good, honest communication is, may not be well received, but it's at least good, honest communication.
Yeah.
So that would be my recommendation. Okay, very good. Thank you. All right. Moving on, now we'll receive a presentation on the proposed FY 2026 business plan, including but not limited to an overview of the proposed 2026 annual budget.
I was gonna use some bond.
Ms. Myers.
We just a second to switch presentations over. I don't know if there's a slide advancer.
Lynn had something in her hand. I wonder if she walked off.
Chief is just in front of me.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Chief. Well, good morning, everyone. Mayor and Council, thank you for your time again today. Hopefully we won't keep you all day, but we're here for you and for as much time and attention as you want to provide to the topic this year. So this is a little bit different format than we have done in the last few years. Councilmember Kirkendall, you wouldn't know different. So you may think we always have this many org charts framing the room, but we don't. This year I'm hoping to go a pretty deep dive into our business plan. I would like to, with your permission, give some background slides.
Sure.
May I start? Okay,
Yep.
great. So some of you have seen some of this content before, but I think it's helpful in framing the conversation that we'll have as we move forward today. So before we move forward, I want to go back and reflect on where we've been over the last few years. So council, you know that in 2020, so it would have been actually 2019 calendar year, we adopted our first business plan. And that was the first time that we took our annual budgeting process and put it into the context of a longer term multi-year planning effort. We had historically done an annual budget process, and that is not unusual for communities to operate that way. But we really wanted to be more intentional and forward looking with how we were managing our organization and the community that we serve. And so we wanted to really not just take it one year at a time. We talked about how important it is to identify key decisions that can be made at critical times so that we are setting our community up for success, not just today, but 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 50 years from now. We talked about, y'all very much recognize this picture, I'm sure. We talked about this city council. This is the what was then the city commission. Now it's called the city council from 1962. This body was the sitting body that made a vote to purchase storage rights in the newly created Lake Belton. That action was incredibly forward-thinking. That vote in 1962 was the culmination of many years of strategic work on getting the reservoir developed in Bell County and securing the opportunity for Temple to have rights to the water that would be stored within that reservoir. And so in 1962, the city council at that point made a big decision for our community that purchased significant amount of water that has really allowed us to develop and grow into the community that we enjoy today. So we have a beautiful base of industry here in our community that we're fortunate to have. All of that is dependent on the water resources that were planned for and strategically obtained back in the late 50s and early 60s. Our hospital system, our medical care is significantly reliant on water resources as well as just our general quality of life. What makes a community, a piece of land, a place that you want to be in, to raise your family in, to enjoy your life in. All of that revolves around water. And so that decision that city council made in 1962 really set this community up for the next decades to come to really grow and thrive because of the work they did back then. So this was the picture of the council at that time in 2019 when we adopted the first business plan. And what I told you all at that time was I wanted, it was important to me to focus our work this way because I wanted to set us up to make those, to identify and act upon those types of 1962 decisions that are our turn to make, where we are able to know what we need to do and how we need to best prepare to serve the community again, not just for today, although today is very important, but also in the short term and the long term. And if you are just kind of bopping around on a day-to-day basis, you aren't going to, you may get lucky a time or two on a good decision, but you aren't going to really, you really aren't going to be able to set yourself up for really long-term strategic success, because that requires a very intentional vision and a very intentional plan. So we wanted to make sure that we were setting ourselves up to make those kinds of decisions for the coming generations. So these are all slides from back in 2019. I told you that you know, at that point we had been working together for a year on our first strategic plan that this community had adopted in quite some time. The plan at that time had been developed in 2002, so it was pretty stale. It wasn't really driving what we were doing as an organization. There wasn't a lot of buy-in or ownership, or it was a dust collector. It was a box checker. And so it really wasn't helping us to set ourselves up for success. So that's where we started. That was the foundation. You all have heard me tell this story a million times, but I'll tell it once more and probably a million more after that. I love to take my kiddos to Disney. I love the escape that brings and the quality time that brings to spend with Troy and Preston. And so I'm a little bit of a Disney nerd. One of my favorite movies is the Disney version of Alice in Wonderland, the animated version. And in a classic scene there in that movie, Alice has fallen down the rabbit hole. She's in Wonderland and she has come to a fork in the road. And she looks up, and in a tree there is a mischievous looking cat. And so she asks the cat for advice. She says, which way should I go? Left or right? And the cat said, it depends. Where are you trying to get? And Alice said, it doesn't really matter. So the cat said, well, it doesn't really matter. If you don't have a place you're trying to get, if you don't know where you're going, any which way will get you there. So the most important thing to do, the foundation of what we wanted to do, was set where we wanted to go, where we were heading, where is the destination, so that we then can map out the way to get there. So that is why the strategic plan was the starting place and the foundation for the work. But we didn't want it to end there, because we wanted the strategic plan, again, to be operationalized. We wanted it to be something that truly guided the work that we do as an organization. Not just something that we were said we did and check that box that said, oh, you have a strategic plan, good for you. We really wanted it to be something that guided us and moved us and helped us. So to do that, we, in my estimation, we needed to make sure that the strategic plan guided how we allocated our resources, our funding, and our people, the way we spend our time and our money. So you've probably heard the old saying, put your money where your mouth is. What that means, of course, is that what you talk about, is only lip service. It doesn't do a whole lot of good unless you put action behind it. And action it comes from where you put your resources. So all day long, you can talk about, this is important to me. This is my highest priority. This is what I want to do. But if you're spending all of your time and your money and your energy on something else, then that thing that you said was really important to you is indeed not really that important to you, because you're not spending any of your resources towards moving the needle on that. So we wanted to make sure that the vision and the goals and the end game was operationalized by saying, where do our resources need to go in order to move forward the things that council said they wanted to see accomplished. So to do that, we created a 5-year plan. I'm sorry, a 6-year plan at the time. We created, of course, our annual budget, but we wrapped that around with an additional 5 years of work, where we planned out work and resource allocation for a total 6-year plan. That first year, I asked all of the departments to submit that to me, and we worked through that together and brought it to you. And so this was the culmination back in probably this time, probably right maybe a week earlier in July, but in July of 2019, this is when we went through this presentation. And this is when I told you that, here is the strategic plan, of course, that you developed, but here is the financial plan and the annual budget and the capital program that wrap around that or build upon that strategic plan to actually accomplish what we set out or said we want to do, we said are our priorities. So again, we had a 1-year budget, but we had an additional 5 years of financial and capital planning. So that means that 2025, the year that we're currently in, is the last year that was part of this original plan, which is stunning to think about. At that point, we may have been in this room in 2019 to think that it would have gone by so quickly. It feels like it was just yesterday, but we have come to the end of our 6-year plan. So that along with, I think just a number of factors, our growth, some of the challenges that we've had this past year. It really led me this year to be really reflective on what is next for the organization, what is next for the city of Temple. So things that I think are working really well and that I'm not proposing that we change is that I think that planning our work through a business plan is the right thing to do. And I hope you'll support continuing to do that. I think that a 6-year plan has served us well. I think it will continue to serve us well in the future. In fact, as I look back, and we'll have some slides on growth of the community here in a few minutes, but as I look back on the growth that we've experienced over these 6 years, I really cannot comprehend how we would have met the challenges that we did when you throw in a pandemic, a few natural disasters, including very devastating tornado that we had last year. How we would have managed as well if we were just looking at it on a year by year perspective, and that we had not done that work to really understand and really plan out the 6 years that we did. So I think that is a strong and solid way to manage the organization, and I would urge us to continue that. I would urge us to continue having the strategic plan as that foundation, because again, going back to the story of Alice in Wonderland, if you don't know where you're going, any which way will get you there. So having where you're going and what you want to accomplish be in the forefront before you decide what you're going to spend money on, I think is very prudent and very important. That's what's going to get you results. Council, you know that last year we went through a very comprehensive update to our strategic plan. We've got some great community feedback. We had focus groups and working groups that contained members of the public as well as staff members. And through that process, we, I think largely confirmed that the strategic plan that we adopted in 2019 was still a solid plan for the community. We had some updates, some tweaks, if you will, but nothing. There was nothing that was saying, hey, we need to go in a completely different direction than where we had been heading. So I think that was a great process that we went through. Again, I think that it is important to continue to fiscally constrain the plan so that you are looking at not just a list of wish tos, wants tos, hope tos, would like to do one day, but you're looking at things that actually can be accomplished within the 6-year window based on the resources that you have and you're willing to allocate towards those things. We will always need to have an annual budget. That is something that is required by the state, our state laws and our community's charter. So, and it's good financial practice to, officially appropriate the upcoming fiscal year through the annual budgeting process. So I think that we will always continue to do that. I just think it's good that we do it and continue to do it in the context of the 6-year business plan. And then we'll talk about capital in more detail here in a little bit, but I think capital, as we continue to have kind of the dichotomy of a community that is growing quickly and needs to invest in infrastructure to support that growth, but also has the privilege of being a very historic community with some very wonderful original neighborhoods and areas of our community, some infrastructure that have been invested in by the generations that came before us, put it in the ground, or if you will, we need to take care of that as well. So having that dichotomy of investing not just in future growth and infrastructure to support future growth, but also infrastructure rehabilitation and reinvestment in our existing areas and our existing systems. Again, it's important to me that we present it this way because I always want, my goal is always that when we ask you to make a decision, that we're not just giving you a piece of the puzzle, but doing our very best to show you how that particular decision point fits into a bigger scope, a bigger picture, a bigger vision for where the community is going and where you're leading the community. Again, the strategic plan as the foundation, I think, is strong. Our vision and mission are both simple and memorable, but powerful. You know, we are a service-based organization. We'll talk a little bit more about that in a little bit. We've identified, y'all allowed us to identify our organizational values through a collaborative process with both the governing body and our employees. So I think that those are strong. And then we have 5 focus areas. And through my process this year, not only do I not have any suggestions for moving away from these 5 focus areas, but I just, in my mind, and what I want to share with you today is just really recommitted that those are the right, in my mind, they're the right 5 focus areas for us. And if anything, we should double down on how we are organizing the work that we do in through and with those focus areas in mind. We have currently in our strategic plan, we have 9 goals. I have just a couple of minor tweaks to those goals. I still think that they're largely on topic and really just primarily just some wording changes, and I'll share those here in a little bit. So that being said, that's what I think that, you know, we've got a good, strong foundation. We have come through 6 years of our first business plan. Is the last year of that first business plan is drawing to a close. So it really had me reflecting this year on what is next for 2026 and beyond, and what, if anything, needs to be different. I would offer 2 primary themes for what you'll hear today and what we'll talk through in this business plan is first, the need to structure for success. And by structure for success, I mean, I'm talking about how we organize, literally organize the work that we do through our organizational structure, how we organize our people, how we organize our services, how we deliver those services. And then if we have a strong foundation, that allows us to scale more effectively as we grow. So there will always, as a growing community, there will always be a need to add additional frontline teams and frontline individuals to continue to provide services, just to, even if you are hoping to just maintain what you have, as you add people to your community that you're serving, you often have to add people to your organization to provide that same level of service just to a bigger population. So we'll always need to do that. But if we put new frontline staff in a system that's not optimized, in an organization that's not optimized, in my opinion, we won't be as effective as if we first focus on setting ourselves up for success with a strong foundation of organizational structure, allowing the future scaling, the future additional crews and employees that we add to provide and deliver services, to have a strong direction, clear expectations, and systems for accountability, and so that we know people who come to work for us know what's expected, know how to get what's expected done, and we are able to track that and respond when we need to make changes at a management level. So I want to talk because structuring for success, again, I want to talk a little bit about what I have done thus far to prepare for this conversation with you all. So I did a very deep dive this year on organizational review. My goals were a few. One, I wanted to look at the organization, look at all of the different departments and divisions that we had across the organization, and evaluate that for consistency. So we have a multitude of different industries, if you will, that come up under the umbrella of the city of Temple. You think about it, we have industry that is emergency services, police and fire. We have industry that is more trucking, solid waste collection is a totally different animal from police and fire. You have neighborhood services, you have the delivery of development services, related to permits and planning and zoning actions. So we provide a vast variety of services to our community. We have a pretty diverse set of, again, the best way I can describe it is a diverse set of mini industries that are all within our single organization. But I do think that there are opportunities for us to be standardized where that's appropriate. So it's not always one size fits all, because again, we do have a lot of different, very different departments. But there is, I think, a lot of benefit to being very clear in how our organization looks across the board, to be consistent with that, and to be able to communicate that, understand what that is for ourselves as managers, and also communicate that to our teams, so that they can be effective in operating within that structure, because they understand it. It's very clear, and it's something that is consistent no matter what department you're looking at. I wanted to evaluate departments, or I guess really divisions of departments that we have historically had as long as I have been here, which is almost 20 years somehow. We've always considered them divisions, but when you really compare them and you look at the scope and scale, the complexity, the profile of what they do compared to other areas that we consider departments, there was some discrepancies there. So for example, solid waste services, which is a very complex operation, a lot of people involved, very high profile. If you didn't know, it's a little high profile. And so it's always been a division, whereas say, I don't want to pick on anybody, but I'll say airport services is a department. And so just trying to evaluate for myself and present to you a recommendation that helps us standardize into the structure that makes the most sense and keeps us consistent, and helps us group like things together, so that we're effective in how we're delivering services. The other thing that I looked at, and it was a very visual process for me, so I am making it a very visual process for you as well. I looked at our management, just capacity, our span of control, if you will. So where we may be lacking an important layer of management to help our frontline teams organize and deliver their services, where we may have way too many people or crews reporting to a single management, to where that really is a point of failure because just one person is supervising just too broad of a scope of folks. So this process really highlighted for me areas where I felt like we had some opportunities to add some key positions that would, again, help us lay that strong foundation. We've got a good management structure in place, so that as we add teams, we add individuals as we grow and need to scale with that growth. We're putting them into a system that's built for success, that is set up to help them thrive and do the work that they need to do, and is not a system that is overwhelmed or not functional because it's missing key management or the manager has too many things under their area of control. So that was another area that I looked at through this process. Again, I've already spoken about that top one. Again, I think my goal was to get our organization aligned well so that as we are needing to add those frontline teams that they're integrating into an organization structure that's strong. And then speaking a little bit about going back to the strategic plan and the idea about, I hope you know how important it is to me that the strategic plan drives what we do, that we use it, that we let it drive the work that we do, that we let it guide the decisions that we make and how we prioritize what we spend money on, what we spend time on, what we spend effort on. And so those focus areas, those 5 focus areas, I think that we can double down on how our effectiveness by structuring some. I'm not 100% sold on this word, but right now I'm calling them management pods, so that we are grouping departments that are providing core services that are aligned with each of the 5 focus areas together, so that they're working in collaboration and we're working together to get those strategic initiatives that are identified in those focus areas accomplished, and that we're delivering the services that are identified in those focus areas effectively, that we know what we're doing, that our processes are optimized, that they're documented, that we understand, that we've identified areas where we need to change processes, where perhaps a policy needs to be updated, perhaps an ordinance or a law change needs to be considered, making sure that we're structuring that service delivery really effectively. And then I think the overarching goal for me was to ensure that we were able to really clearly connect resource needs or resource opportunities with what the outcome of those additions would be. So you would clearly see if this thing is added, what service it's going to, and how that would add a service or improve a service or stabilize a service, or just help that service to continue to be able to be provided as the number of residents that are receiving that service grow. So this is a copy of the organizational structure that I am recommending. You do have a packet. I'm gonna grab my water real quick. You have a packet in front of you. And so there are copies of all of these org charts that we'll look at today in there for you. So if you want to take notes or have a closer look on a piece of paper, they are in there for you. So this is the org structure overall. A few things that I would point out here. You'll notice that I'm proposing a 3rd assistant city manager position that would be responsible for managing fire, police, district services, which is a new name that I'm proposing for Transform Temple. We can talk through that about why I think it might be prudent to consider changing the name. Information technology and people operation. As council knows, there are 2 existing assistant city manager positions. So this is Erin. She would, if this structure is approved, she would continue to manage communications and destination services. She would continue to manage library and museum services. I'm also proposing a name change for housing and community development to neighborhood services. So that's Nancy and her team. She would continue to manage them. And then she would continue to manage our Parks and Recreation team, which I am proposing to be considered 2 departments that work under a department kind of umbrella, if you will. Again, looking at that as I went through the evaluation of the different areas of our organization that we consider divisions versus departments versus programs versus not clearly defined. To me, the scale and scope of these 2 areas make them appropriate when considered against the other things that we classify as departments to be considered departments. We're largely functioning that way right now. We have an assistant parks director that's over parks, an assistant parks director that's over recreation. So it's not a big change, but it would officially recognize those as departments instead of divisions. And then on the far right side of the screen, this would be David Olson. With right now, Aaron is managing airport services, so airport would move over to David. The reason I'm proposing that is, again, just really looking at the organization through the lens of the strategic plan. Airport services aligns with our smart growth focus area, and the other areas that David manages also align with smart growth. So to me, it makes sense for those things to be together. Development services is an area that David currently manages, and then public works was the big area for really looking at what's a division and what's a department. And so right now, public works is a department. It has a variety of different divisions under it. And so my recommendation is those divisions are really at the scale, the scope, the complexity, the profile that and the comparativeness to our other departments, where we really need to manage them like departments and not divisions within the organization. So that would be engineering services, fleet services, solid waste, transportation, utility services, and then our water treatment services. Those all currently report to David. They would continue to report to David. Currently, David supervises fire, police, district services, and information technology. So those all would move to the new 3rd assistant city manager position. And then people operations is managed right now by Aaron. So that would move from Aaron to the 3rd assistant city manager. And again, those departments, because I'm really looking to organize in alignment with the strategic plan. And so the people operations and information technology departments are aligned with our high performing organization. The other departments this is the same information, just color coded. I'm sorry, Mike. A little bit differently.
I can tell it colors, you just might have to point and say that was blue and I'll have it there.
So, these gold, yellow ones over here are all departments whose core align with smart growth. So that is why I feel like them being under a single ACM makes sense. These are all primarily places and spaces. There's a few departments, and as we deep dive today, we'll look at why, but there's a few departments that they really are split. They have programs that are squarely in places and spaces, and programs that are squarely in public safety for a few of them, and communications and destination services is split between communications, which is communication and collaborations, and the destination services piece is really places and spaces. So, but to the great extent, these are heavy on the places and spaces. So that was my logic in continuing to have those report to Aaron. And then for the new position would be the public safety focused area. And then the portion of the high performing organization department that report to an ACM. as you all know, many of the departments that are related to the high performing organization are actually reports to Tracy, and not me. So the couple that are reports to me that align with that, focus area would be with that, new ACM under this proposal.
And I'm trying to make sure I get it with my color blindness. So these, I know those right there are the same, but they're not the same as that community advancement. Do they have what are
And this is blue.
what are these blue ones go under? You've got these three colors that match. What are we considering that color to be the name of that color?
The color that's fire and
Fire
police
police and
is the color that we assign to health and safety. The health and safety focus area, so it includes fire and police, obviously, but it also includes a portion of district services, again. Currently called Transform Temple, and that's the code compliance section of program that's under district services. And then a section, program of neighborhood services, again, that's currently housing and community development, and that's our homelessness support services. That those are under health and safety. These are green because the rest of the programs that are provided by those two departments are places and spaces aligned.
I
This
I
is,
can see that matches that. I just couldn't. There wasn't one of these for for the blue, so.
this right here is the only other one, this bottom half of communications and collaboration. And that's our communications and destination services, and so that's purple, and that is, so community advancement, which again, we'll talk about in more detail, and then the communications and marketing programs for communications and destination services be aligned with the communications and collaboration focus area.
I got it. You can say the names of the colors now and I'll know where you're at.
Okay.
I can tell the difference. I just know
Great,
what they are.
I'm sorry, I relied, I relied really a lot on colors, and that's not, I shouldn't have done that, so I.
Oh, I love
apologize
the
for that.
colors. I just have to have some training with.
Some of them we're pretty close. Purple and blue look similar, so. So I mentioned that I had just a couple of tweaks for your consideration on the goals. And that really comes down to, again, a couple of minor wordsmithing, but then also, a few of our areas that I've kind of straddled the line on between, do those go in smart growth or do those go in high performing organization? When I finished this exercise and I identified, that I, like, for example, that general services was logically aligned with high performing organization, then in my mind, facility services, which is managed by general services, aligns with high performing organization. And we have kind of treated it as a split baby in the past, where sometimes we put some of the facilities in smart growth because you can make that argument that, a facility is, like, for example, if you're building a fire station, does it go in high performing organization because you want, good facilities that serve your organization? Does it go in health and safety because it's for fire? Does it go in smart growth because you're serving growth in the community? So there are some things that you just have to make a judgment call, but as I really aligned here with the organizational structure, I feel like being consistent with aligning facility related projects to the high performing organization focus area, as well as technology related projects. And then on the flip side, aligning fleet and equipment in smart growth just because we have treated those differently back and forth throughout the years, and that I think just provides some good, strong logic and a clean line about what goes where. So just a few tweaks up here on some of the wording primarily. So again, speaking a little bit more in depth about my goal of organizing through these focus areas. And creating groups of departments that work together to accomplish strategic goals. So I'm gonna flip to an example here to provide a little context. That always helps me when I'm thinking through something concrete. So I just pulled out these two goals from Smart Growth. The two goals aligned with Smart Growth are infrastructure, systems, and equipment that support exceptional services and safe, smart growth of a city that supports well-managed growth and development to promote a thriving economy. But then, as y'all know, underneath that, we have a variety of different commitments that align with that goal. And then underneath that, not that I didn't get to that level on this screen, but it is in your budget book if you want to reference it, are the individual projects. So let's just take this as an example. Develop a safe, connected, and well-maintained mobility system aligns with infrastructure, systems, and equipment. So that's the goal, that's the commitment. And then a project might be reconstruct Midway, right? Or it might be develop a mobility master plan, or it might be work with Hill Country Transit District to improve, to add additional zone mobility transit zones, or it could be any number of things that would align under there. So my goal here would be that these pods would work together to accomplish the projects that are identified in the strategic plan that align with that particular focus area, and that they would work together, particularly the support services in the organization would align to support the same group of people, so that there was consistency in how we were supporting our operational department. So I'm going to go to another slide that might explain that a different way, just to, it's a little small and not necessarily intending you to need to read it, but it shows the 4 proposed pods, the departments that would be within those pods, and then on the right side of the screen would show the support staff that would be aligned with that pod. So let me go back to this example of that we were using with Smart Growth. So this team of supporting departments, so finance, purchasing, city attorney's office, communications, city manager's office, fleet services, IT, people operations, strategy, innovation, that same core team would work with all of the departments in Smart Growth, so that there would be consistency in all of the projects that are coming out of that focus area would be delivered by that same team. Importantly, not just projects, but also service delivery. So, and we'll talk a little bit more about that here in a second, but I think a very important thing we need to consider is to go through a process, to develop a process, and then go through that process to very clearly define the services that we provide, what our expectations are, what the service level commitment is, what the resources that are needed to deliver upon that, and how we're going to track that those services are delivered to that standard. So these teams would work together on developing service level plans for the services that are aligned with that pod. So I'm going to stop there for a second because I feel like I've been on a monologue. Any questions or conversation, or do you want me to keep rolling through?
Read just that, I'm sure you got it. figured out, I'm just curious, the utility services and water treatment services are under the same enterprise funds, right? So they, when they become departments, will that budget just be split for where it needs to go there? or-
Yes, sir. They're already independent budgetary units. So our budgetary units don't necessarily align with our departments because of funding, you know, for example, well, even say like customer care, which is in high performing organization. They also have metering services and utility billing. So those are out of the water fund. So the budget unit
So it's already
is-
split.
split already, even for the same department.
Brent, I've got two questions. Remind me of the names that go with your color code. Red is high performing,
organization,
yeah. Gold is smart growth.
Right.
Green is what?
places and spaces,
And blue,
a health and safety.
and then you look at blue, it says new assistant city manager, red, new assistant city manager. Is that contemplating two new assistants,
Just
just one?
Yes, sir. And you can see that smart growth and places and spaces have 9 to 10 departments, whereas the other two have 5. So I feel like the same team will be able to manage those. The same ACM would be, if you will, the executive sponsor for those two
Right.
different pods. That's my proposal, at least.
I assume it's already. Well, I know it already is similar to this, but like all the financial services people that are going down, are they reporting straight up through to Tracy and to somebody in each department there, or how's that structured?
For the most part, we have centralized support services in the city. And so the support services are managed within within that support department. So all of those, you know, all of these people report to Tracy. They just work in support of the operational department, but the operational department doesn't have management authority over them. And while there are definitely upsides and downsides to decentralized or centralized support services, what we have is centralized. It would be very expensive to go to decentralized. And so that's part of what I'm really glad you brought that up, because that's part of what I'm hoping to accomplish with these pods, is to help minimize the downsides of decentralized or of centralized support services by having really clear alignment between the operating department and the supporting departments, while still maintaining the integrity of the system that we've used for a long time, which has been, again, centralized. So I'm not suggesting that we decentralize support services. I am suggesting that we more clearly
The five news.
band
Who or not
together,
what?
yes. And have some consistency with that. And a lot of the support departments already use a system like this, where they assign, you know, this accountant is responsible for these departments, this attorney is responsible for these departments. So it's not a wholesale change, it's just that each department picks their own structures their own way. And what you know, if you all approve this and want to see us go in this direction, what our staff team will work on is, can we get some consistency with that? So can we help align those departments to the extent that we can, so that the same attorney, for example, and I know Kathy is very supportive of this, and so that I think I'll pick on her, especially since she's not here and she's told me she'll do it, but aligning, you know, these are not the oh, she is here. I'm really kind of offended that you wouldn't let me be the attorney this morning and you picked Charla,
but okay. So these are not the departments necessarily that each of these folks support right now, but she is supportive of this vision and would move this way so that we could be consistent with our teams working together with the same group across a multitude of different again initiatives, which are either capital or non-capital projects or service delivery. I don't want to go too fast, but I also, if y'all are done, trying to read cues here, and I'm not necessarily good at that.
I'm good.
Okay. So the other thing that that I wanted to do, and again, I've already talked about this, but this is a visual representation, is to really clearly identify. In some cases, we had this really clear. In some cases, we didn't. We do not have this really clear. What is a department, and then what is the structure underneath the department? So this is my proposed structure where we would have departments, divisions would be subunits of those departments. That's consistent with what we do today. And then programs. We have programs. We are not necessarily consistent with how we define programs, or we have never intentionally grouped every service that we do into a program. And that's what I'm wanting to do. I'm wanting a service to be owned by a program. So it's really clear who's responsible for that, who needs to be resourced for that, and who is accountable for that. The delivery of those services under that program would be either in by individuals, teams of individuals, or in some cases, even groups of teams. And I'll give you a few examples because I know that kind of abstract, maybe not make a whole lot of sense. So let me go through a couple of examples. So utility services is where I'm going to start. So the department is proposed as utility services. One of the divisions that is proposed under the utility services is called collections and distribution. One of the programs that's under that would be water distribution. So there would be more than one program. Mike, can you guess the other one? Water distribution and sanitary sewer.
Wastewater.
I got some sanitary sewer in here for you later today. So there's multiple programs under collections and distribution. This is just an example of one, water distribution. And then under that program, there's a number of teams. And so they're the teams being crews. So say there might be, this is water. So a leak detection crew, a meter setting crew, I'm going to stop there. So those, there may be three, or in this case, there's 3 or 4 different crews. So that those sets of crews then have a foreman that groups those crews together. And of course, individual contributors are members of the crew. So a maintenance technician, an equipment operator, a crew leader. And then you will have in each department the appropriate support staff, administrative support staff for that team. So while I wanted to be consistent with this, that doesn't mean that every department is going to look exactly the same and have every single level, because 1, that is really expensive, and 2, it's not needed yet. But I want to structure so that as we grow, again, we can scale for that. And we're being logical about it, but we're also being realistic and financially prudent with that. So let me give you another example. Okay, yes.
So currently, these are very well-defined divisions working down the chart.
how many new layers are being added here? Or are current layers simply now being more codified and more organized?
It depends, on the area. So that's kind of what I was talking about with my evaluation, and when I set it up like this, and I said, oh, that team, those 10 teams have no manager. So there's gonna be some and we'll go through all of that today. That's what I would like to, if you will let me go through all that detail. Some programs already structured well, and we just need to maybe work on the nomenclature, but no change needed, except for just, okay, we've never called that a program, but we're all gonna call it a program, because we're all gonna do it the same way. But I think, I'm going off of memory here, I think for this particular example, that these positions all exist. I'm trying to remember if the program manager exists.
Is
And,
this what,
and this org chart is too far away for me to see. So,
I'm barely to it.
is this what you would call a pod?
no, this is a department.
What was your,
It is the water distribution program manager and existing position.
yes.
Yes.
Hinton says yes, I trust him.
Yes.
So, so these, Mayor, in this case, these positions all exist, we're just kind of standardizing the what we're calling them.
And, do you have a clarification?
Oh, I'm not gonna say, I believe the one at the very top was meant.
That is true, there are some title changes, some reclasses or title changes because of standardizing things, but in terms of additional bodies, this particular example, no additional bodies,
Yeah, and I know there'll be additional bodies here and there. I'm just,
and everywhere.
Who are since I know that department a little bit, who would be the names on those top couple? Yeah, that's like, is the top one Kenton or the second, the division?
The division director is gonna be
Daniel Ives?
Dan, yeah, Daniel Ives. Program, I'm sorry, you probably know the names better than I do.
Yeah, if I
What,
was-
help me out, Kitten.
If the names are said, I
Yeah.
can fit them into that. I know what
Yeah,
to
that's
do.
Daniel Ives. Second from top.
Okay.
And then the water distribution manager, who is that?
That's Danielle.
Daniel Alexander,
Danielle.
Danny Alexander. And then there's a foreman right now. There are, in this particular department, there are 2 additional foremen being proposed in a future year. Again, we've got, I'm using this as an example, and we're gonna get into that detail. I just wanted to kind of orient you on what I was thinking, so.
That's a great example for me is now, I just need to know the names and then I know where it fits. That'll help me see where the other,
Yeah.
where people fit in the other departments.
Okay, let me go to a different.
I hate to say it this way, I don't know another way to say it. But is this? I almost hesitate to even say it this way now, I'm embarrassed. But is this sort of, to me, I view that previous slide as a way of sort of getting the kittens in the box. I'm sorry, that's all I've got today.
It sometimes does feel like I am hurting cats. But,
Well, and so at the council level, right, we get
Mhm.
calls. And we, want to react to those and we're not always sure. Where that needs to go. And I know your solution is we'll call Christina, right? But I never do that. So, that's what I'm trying to figure out is,
that is a significant goal of this exercise, is for us to be very clear. If I don't know, then that's a problem.
Right.
If y'all don't know, little bit less of a problem than if I don't know because you pay me to know, but still a pretty big
Sure.
problem as the
Right,
governing,
right.
you know, organization. If our departments can't define what is a department, what is a division, what is a program, and we just haven't done this before. And part of this, part of this whole conversation is about the fact that we are growing from a somewhat small organization where informal systems worked just fine.
Yep.
And as we become more high growth, more complex with what we're doing, the informal systems, sometimes okay, sometimes definitely not okay.
Right.
And the more pressure we have because we're growing, the more strain we're gonna feel if we're not clear. Which is why I should have started a counter on how many hours I have spent doing this. But I have no idea. It's been many, many hours. Because we didn't have this clarity.
It's very much needed for everyone's sanity, I think. And, you know, I 100% agree. You know, I told Mike when he came back on council, I said, listen, this is different than when you were on council before. Because of the volume, right? And speed, and Mike 2 or 3 times has said, Jim, you're absolutely right.
Sorry.
No, it's good, and this is.
Gotta go.
No, this is, I think it's great. This is what we all signed up for. Probably except for you. Sorry, brother. We'll get you up this week.
Just signed up for it. Volunteered.
He literally. Yeah, and whenever we were choosing someone, we thought, okay, who has the toughest skin? It's him, so we went with him. So, no, it's all very good. It's new. Right?
It's
Gotta
a
wrap
lot.
my mind around
It
it.
is a lot, yes, so.
Brent, I've got a question.
Yes, sir.
When you look, you mentioned span of control. When you look at anybody with management or supervisory responsibilities, is there a rule of thumb in terms of maximum number of direct reports?
Yeah. It does depend to an extent on the complexity of the work that's being done. The profile of the work, you know, sometimes it could be less complex, but really impactful if something goes wrong. So to an extent it depends, but my general rule, what, you know, in an ideal world that I don't live in, generally speaking, I feel like 5 to 6 is a good number for someone to be able to handle. And then after that, you start to dilute the effectiveness of the manager. And so the more you scale the organization, I find that number stays true. It's just a different level that you're, you know, so if you are a crew leader, having more than 4 or 5 people under you, you're going to start to not be as effective. That is in part, a large part what I looked at here going through this exercise is, okay, when are we getting to 5 or 6 crews under a single manager? And do we need to consider some foremen to help provide that span of control? And I mean, it rolls up. So then, you know, how many crews or foremen should report to a manager? Again, not a magic number, but generally speaking, that it kind of feels like the max to me until you start to kind of lose effectiveness, get diluted. And then same with if you look, you know, at city manager, assistant city manager position, I mean, even up to for me, I feel like I can do about 5 or 6, and then after that, I'm not giving the attention that I need to each area. So I'm at a different level than that in terms of what I'm responsible for. I'm not in the details. Sometimes I'm in very much the details to probably everybody's frustration, but I like my details, but I'm not always in the details. But you're at the scope that you're managing. I just generally find 5 to 6. That's not going to be true in all cases.
Yeah, and you
I
said,
didn't-
when you say complexity, that,
Mhm.
yeah.
And I didn't use it as some kind of dogmatic, like, oh,
No.
5 people,
No,
gotta add a
kind of a
position,
rule of
but a
thumb.
rule of thumb, yeah.
Yeah.
So here's a different example, with, still, the department, is consistent, you've got a department. This is library and museums. So libraries is a division under that department. A program under that division would be central branch. And there are no team groups because again, span of control, just they don't have the numbers that need to have, people supervising the teams. The teams can report directly to the program manager. So there are team leaders in this particular program, and then the individual contributor reports to the team leader. Team leader is responsible for delivering the set of services that are assigned to them and their team. The program manager is responsible for overseeing the service delivery that is embedded, and it's going to be multiple, and most programs are going to have more than one service that they're responsible for. Here's an example of a case where there isn't a standalone program manager. The division director serves as the program manager. So you saw in the last one, there was a division director and a program. So again, it's, while we want the consistency of the structure, we also want to recognize the complexity, the number of people. Can the division director take on the role of program manager in addition to division director, or does there need to be a standalone program? And that starts to matter the more programs you have as a division director. You know, if you've got 1 or 2, you could probably be an effective program manager. If you've got more than that, or they're very complex or high profile, again, using those words a lot, but those just that's kind of the evaluation that I went through. Here's another example where in this case, there's a program that is reporting directly to a department head proposed. So this is in fleet services. There's a program proposal for asset management that would have a program manager. So one thing that I did try to stay consistent with is that if the department head was going to have a direct program under their supervision, that program needed to have a program manager, so that the department head wasn't the program manager. Because if there's not a position assigned to the program, then the position above it becomes that program manager and becomes accountable for the delivery of that services. And so in many cases, you'll see a program, as we go through today, you'll see a program without a program manager. That position above them becomes the program manager. But if the program is going to report to a department head, in most cases, I think I have one exception to that with a very small department where the program manager, there needs to be a program manager in place, and the department head doesn't need to serve as a program manager, because that is difficult with the department head being able to fulfill the other responsibilities of department leader. And then one final example that kind of puts this is an entire department to give you a perspective of, you've got airport, which has a division with a division director. So this is Andrew, the FBO manager, the Temple Executive Air Center manager. Andrew is responsible for the program. He doesn't have a program manager because that's his sole responsibility, so he can easily serve as the program manager. And then he has individual contributors reporting to him that deliver the services within that program. Then there's a program that reports directly to Sean as the department head. That program does have a manager, the Airfield Services Manager, so this is David Holmes. And then he has a few teams that report to him, with the individual contributors rolling up to the team. So again, it's not one size fits all, but it is consistent in terms of department, division, program, team, individual contributor. And some of those categories don't apply in certain departments because of size, scale, complexity, profile. But in some departments, especially our larger departments, you're gonna find, pretty consistent of department, all of those roles filled. So that's kind of another pause point. I just want to make sure that. Because we are gonna then go into some minutia. So I wanna make sure you understand that kind of background and structure. I think that would be great.
Let's break for about 10. So back at 10 minutes until 10. Peace.
on a good enough place.
Get into the box.
Yeah. That's thankfully,
Is it quite enough? Totally debate.
Okay, so, before we get into more details with org charts, I did want to just, reflect on some of the, I guess the second part of my theme for the business plan first, before I get into that. So again, first theme was structuring for success, building a strong foundation. Second theme is scaling with growth, building for the future. So before we get into what, the specific org charts and deep dive into that, which is the highlight of my day, I did want to walk through some of the factors that are driving the need for more staffing and more positions. So service demand drivers, first and foremost is our just growth and development of our community. So y'all seen this slide before. We officially reached the 100,000 population mark this year. And that, I think the mayor said this at the State of the City presentation, that it sounded really exciting at some point, and now it just does not. It just does not, yes. We are, depending on, exactly what data you look at, we are very consistently in the top few fastest growing communities in the entire United States of America. So, that's not unusual for some of our neighbors along I-35, growth in Texas, especially in, what many call the Texas Triangle, for certain, has been something that's been occurring and is definitely accelerating for us over the last few years. Again, I've been here, I started in 2008, early 2008, and we had a really great growth rate, in my opinion. We were growing 2 to 3% a year. 3% was a really, aggressive year, maybe even 1.5 to 2 would be the average. So that was enough growth that you were moving and you were doing things, but it was also not so much growth that it was fairly manageable to keep up with on a year-to-year and day-to-day basis. In the last few years, that has really accelerated, and the percentage points don't necessarily sound that dramatic. When you say 4.5, 5.5% growth a year, that's 4.5, 5.5% growth a year. That is pretty aggressive growth. So, if you look at I looked at every city in America, every city in America on this side grows slower than we are growing. And then there's a few growing faster than we are, but really not that much faster than we are. We're kind of in this group of 20, 30, 40, depending on the data set you look at, the fastest growing community. So we're moving along, coming on up. A couple of ways that I put that in perspective for myself is that in just since 2020, so the year that the first year that we operated under the business plan, we had, since just 2020, we have added an entire council district worth of people to provide service to. We have added one person for every 4 people that we were serving in 2020. We're now serving 5 people today. So that's 5 more. That's 1 more solid waste can to pick up, 1 more permit to provide, 1 more, on down the list. And while there is a part of that growth that is occurring organically because of our great location, there's also a part of that growth that is very intentional and very sought after. As we are really looking to invest in, encourage investment in our community from companies that bring well-paying jobs that can benefit our residents, we encourage that growth and we actively pursue that growth. Council knows this, but we have a major expansion underway of our North Industrial Park and our South Industrial Park or Synergy Park. So we are positioning ourselves to double down. I don't know if you can triple down on something, but quadruple down to really make the investments in land and utilities and with a very aggressive marketing strategy to bring companies that bring jobs, and with that comes growth as well. So the other thing, certainly growth and development drives service level demand. So the more people we need to serve, the more people we need to serve them. But the other thing that I think has shifted in my time here is the service level expectations that you as the governing body have for our organization and what our community has, you know, and that you have those expectations because you're hearing that from your residents, your constituency. And I just wanted to highlight just some examples of what I mean by that. Y'all have seen this before, but I like it, so I'm going to say it again. Back in 2000, and this was a page out of our budget document in 2013. One of our performance indicators was how quickly we repaired non-emergency water leaks. And our goal for non-emergency water leaks was 95% of the time, we were going to fix those within 2 months. That was our reach target. We were going to get 95% of them in 2 months. And so that was the documented performance standard. This is, I've redacted some of the names to protect the innocent here, or the not so innocent, dun, dun, dun. But this was an email that Mayor sent me like 5 days after I was hired city manager. So I think January 18th was my appointment date, but I'm not 100% sure about that. So he had seen some activity on Facebook, I think, or maybe been copied by a friend or resident on Facebook, and they were saying, hey, there's been this water leak where there's thousands of gallons of water going down. I think this was First Street. And so I checked into it, and the information I got back, again, this is the end of January. We had it reported in November, and it's pending, and basically we'll get to it. 95% chance we'll get to it in 2 months. So that was I'm joking a little bit. That's what we resourced to. That's the crews that we hired. That is what we gave in terms of ability to make that response. That's the resources that we had. That was one of the top priorities in the first business plan, was to address the speed at which we get to non-emergency leaks. And y'all set that as a goal. You said, we want to do better. We said, okay, we'll need these crews to do it. We added those crews, and today we are, depending on line locate, just that really is what holds us up, is making sure that we meet the legal requirements of how long we have to give private utility companies time to locate their lines before we can repair it. But there's no backlog. There's no months-long wait for water repairs to be done. Another example, and we'll talk more about this too later, is sanitary sewer overflows. Around that same time in 2018, I think we had reached a high of 300 or so every year. We were, and a sanitary sewer overflow. Mike, I told you I was gonna say the word multiple times today, just for you. Is when there's too much volume in the sewer system and it overflows out into the environment. So out manholes is, you know, what you see here in this particular example. This is Lions Park, if you don't recognize it, and this was happening routinely because that's what we resource to. That's, you know, we didn't have a particularly active or proactive maintenance program. And so it's not intended to be, this is not intended to be a criticism of what was in the past. It's just a demonstration that I think we have moved to different service level expectations in many areas. Another example is water conservation. We were routinely in drought conservation or water conservation because of capacity constraints at the treatment plant, meaning there wasn't a lake level issue, but we were reaching a percentage of the amount of water we could send through our treatment plants. And so we had to restrict people from watering and other activities because again, we just hadn't invested in that infrastructure. And then maybe my favorite example of all, I'm not sure I like the water leak one, is the pavement preservation program, because this is also, you know, somewhat, this is a direct result of the guidance, the direction that you set in the business plan and the resources that have been allocated through that process. So prior to our business planning approach, we did not allocate funds for routine preventative maintenance of our streets. We did not allocate any funds for routine maintenance of our streets. So we waited until they became in disrepair enough to mill and overlay or reconstruct. We had some funding for that, but we didn't have any funding for preventative measures like slurry sealing, for example. So we have, through your leadership, we have established this pavement preservation program, and this year we'll, assuming we stay the course with it, we'll be up to $1 million a year. And we're continuing to grow that until we get to the 1.75 million, which based on our last pavement assessment was the correct annual allocation that we needed to set aside to effectively maintain our transportation infrastructure going forward. And then, I like this one too, concrete. We had a official adopted city council policy that if somebody called and complained about a sidewalk that was in disrepair, we would come and take it out. That was our standard. So while we were investing in trails and sidewalks throughout the community, we had no maintenance program for those that infrastructure. And if we let it fall into disrepair, and then once it was in disrepair, our only option for residents was we will come take it out. So that's why you see the north side in particular, East Temple, North and East Temple in particular, kind of a patchwork of sidewalks that once were. So those two areas are in my estimation, what's kind of driving service demand, growth and development, and then changing service level expectations. I want to cover last thing before we go into details on the org chart is to just frame some revenue factors for you to keep in mind. So one is the state's Disabled Veterans Property Tax Exemption Program. As you know, this is a state program. It was adopted through the state legislators and voted on through a constitutional amendment by all voters in Texas that established a program that exempts from property tax up to 100% of, taxes for those who, qualify, under the VA's guidelines for disabled veterans. So, there's a sliding scale, so based on your percent, rating, disability rating, there is a different amount of exemption. But if you are rated as 100% disabled through the VA, then in Texas, that means that 100% of your property taxes, you're exempt, your property is your homestead, you're 100% exempt from property taxes. So while the state established that program to benefit Texans who had honorably served and were in some way injured or affected by their service, what they did not do is fund that program. So I think this was established in 2008. And in 2015, if my memory serves correctly, the state came back and established a mechanism for reimbursing communities for this state program. And essentially, you have to be contiguous to a military base, and you had to have at least 2% of your general fund had to be affected because of the exemptions in your community. So communities closer to military bases like Killeen became eligible for that funding very quickly because they had a lot of veterans in their community. As you can see, Temple has more recently began to have growth in this area. So we passed the threshold that qualified us for reimbursement in 24. But the problem is that the state allocates 15 cents for every dollar of what actually needs to be reimbursed. So they don't have enough funding in the budget to reimburse the full impact of the communities that are eligible for reimbursement. This past session, they changed the eligibility requirements. Namely, Harker Heights, for example, Nolanville, very large impacts percentage-wise for them, huge. But they don't have a physical border with Fort Cavazos Hood. Has it been changed back?
Yeah.
Fort Hood. So they were not eligible for even the 15 cents on a dollar. They are now eligible because that bill passed that changed the criteria and removed the contiguousness restriction, but they didn't add any more money. So now I'm not sure what it's going to be. Miranda might know, but it's not going to be 15 cents on the dollar. It's going to be less than that because 3 or 4 or 5 more entities qualify. And then in addition, all of us, or most of us, certainly us, we're climbing 25 to 30% a year in terms of impact. So the state reimbursement is a fixed $9 million a year, essentially. The communities well exceed that again, and it's only growing for us. You can see Miranda and the financial team projects out that based on that type of growth, while it's significant now, it's going to get more and more significant as we continue to grow and presumably have continue to be a place where veterans want to live. Here's a map. Every dot on the map represents a home that's exempt based on this program. Mike, again with the colors, I'm sorry. The red dots represent those that are 100% exempt. And so you can see that the clustering of exemptions is in largely in our newer areas, you know, so you could make an assumption that as we continue to build out neighborhoods, that we're gonna see a similar absorption of homes that aren't on the tax roll. And no state, I think unfortunately, in some ways, we just have to assume no meaningful state aid because they have been trying to get additional aid for years with very little success. So, I mean, we're still hopeful, we'll still try, but I think the assumption we have to make is this is on us. And so as this keeps growing, this is gonna become more and more of a factor in our budget.
I was gonna say, Miranda has updated those numbers, I think 2026. On the preliminary roll was like 18% growth, but in the file budget, we only included 175,000 anticipated.
Of reimbursement.
And I think that's overstated.
So these are only disabled, not retired.
Right. It goes by the VA rating though, and so, it's. I'm by no means an expert on it, but it's not necessarily, I don't know exactly how they determine what your rating is. But my understanding is there's whole industries around getting. Which, I mean, it's earned, it's, I'm not saying anything, yeah. Just namely the fact that the state established the program and then hasn't funded it is very hard. So, and again, I didn't take the time to get with Miranda and get updated numbers, so this is probably a little bit different. But this is very close to what, not too old, so this is very good for our purposes today. You can see that the value, the impact to our tax rate of not having the state reimbursement for that program is over 4 cents on our property tax rate that we otherwise wouldn't have if the state had an effective program, appropriately funded program to make us whole.
Not quite that 3.2 million, right, on the previous.
Yes, the value, yeah, this is the value, so then you would multiply that by the tax rate, yeah. Okay, another revenue factor to keep in mind. And again, we'll talk at length about capital today, but just, I wanna remind y'all, I know you know, but I remind you that we've invested significantly in capital as we have had that growth over the last several years. We've had a lot of investments that we've made to support that growth, and a lot of investments that we've made to maintain and reinvest and rehab our existing infrastructure. So, just this is a dated number, but, climbing to $600 million, sorry, added a B there, sometimes I do that. $600 million capital improvement program. And that, funded things, just that, things off the top of my head that we've invested in significantly in the last few years. A lot of road projects in West Temple, for example. I mean, I can think of South Pea Ridge and North Pea Ridge and Hogan and Tarver and Poison Oak and Kegley and, lots of roads in West Temple. You'll see when we talk today that need is shifting to Southeast Temple for the future. We had some catching up to do in West Temple, and we've done a lot of that. So but what that resulted in is, if you see here, this is our tax rate from 2015. The debt service rate, so the part of the tax rate Again, let me back up. I think y'all know this, but just in case. The tax rate has two components. What's called an M&O, maintenance and operations, and an INS, interest and sinking. So the INS side, or the debt service side, is to pay for the bonds that you've issued to build capital infrastructure. That's tax supported. So not water lines, not sanitary sewer lines, but streets, parks, fire stations, police facilities, that kind of thing. Your M&O side, or your operating side, is what pays for all of these org charts. So your firefighters, your salaries, your ongoing regular routine expenses, firefighter salaries, police officer salaries, librarian salary, my salary, you know, those kinds of things come from the maintenance and operations. Repair and maintenance of vehicles, operating expenditures, not just salaries, but for Temple, as most communities, as a service-based organization, it's going to be heavy on salaries in that realm. So in 2015, 44% of our total tax rate went to the debt service side. 56% went to operating side. And so the actual rate was 33 cents was for maintenance and operation. We, over the last several years, we've prioritized capital to an extent. So the increase on the tax rate has gone to the INF side. And in fact, the operating side has come down a little bit. So the overall increase has gone to the INS side, and actually it's shifted a little bit from M&O to INS as well. So just to keep in mind. And I think we, you know, when you read our bond rating reports, you know, you will read phrases like, you know, we have, I forget exactly how they say it, but, you know, an aggressive debt portfolio, but that we're a growing community. And to an extent, if you are growing and you're investing in infrastructure, you're going to have a more aggressive debt portfolio than if you're a more stable community that's not growing as significantly. I think I'll speak for Tracy here a little bit. I'm certainly speaking for myself. I would personally like a little different balance in the I'd like the percentage of operating to be higher than the percentage of debt. So I think that would be a good goal for us to have to correct that over time. It's hard though, because as we're going to talk about later today, there's still a lot of capital needs, a ton of capital needs. So it's not just like, oh, well, just stop, you know, stop fixing Midway. So it's all a balance, which I know you all know.
3.5% cap.
Yeah. But I would, you know, in my ideal world, I'd like to see that flip back over.
I agree.
Another thing that actually links to that last slide related to the not really the M&O part of the tax rate, but the INS side of the tax rate, again, the debt service side of the tax rate, is we don't have any impact fees. So many communities in our market, actually all communities in our market except for Bryan, these are our peer cities that we typically compare ourselves to in salary and rate studies that we do. They all have impact fees. So what an impact fee is, just kind of big picture, high level, is it's a source of revenue that's charged at the point of development, intended to help cover cost for infrastructure needed to support that development. So it's not for it's not for rehab work. It's not for, you know, taking care of what you got. It's really for being able to provide the infrastructure needed to support growth. And the idea behind it is that the development, you try to, you take a study area and you say, this is gonna build out, this is projected to build out with X number of houses. And in order, or not just houses, X, this develop out this way. And the infrastructure that's needed to support that is these roads and these sewer lines and these water lines, these lift stations, whatever that is. And then you attribute to every lot the proportionate impact of that infrastructure. So in some cases, I mean, most of the cities that are in our area are somewhere between $5,000 and $6,000 per residential lot for an impact fee. Pflugerville and Georgetown are, Pflugerville's out there. They also have a very high utility rates, don't they?
Yes.
Yeah, so I don't know what they're doing, but they will use this funding to cover at least a portion of what we rely on the INS rate to pay for, because the only source of revenue we have for capital, for tax supported capital, is the tax rate. We don't have a roadway impact fee that then helps cover a portion of the infrastructure. So keep that in mind. And then I have one or two other, the average taxable value. So again, you all know this, but just as a reminder, the tax bill that you and I pay as residents and the corresponding tax revenue that the city receives to provide services is based on taking the value of the property and multiplying it by the rate. And that generates the bill or the revenue. So a home that has a higher valuation gets multiplied by a rate. It's going to generate more revenue to cover a service than a home that is valued at less. So I pulled just a few examples from around our area. College Station, Georgetown, and Round Rock all have somewhat similar average home taxable values. Temple's is quite a bit less. Our average taxable value, and this is from last year, so I think ours is, or I know ours is different. Will be different this year. I think it's less, not more. So you would have to set a tax rate in Temple of 80 cents to get the same tax revenue or tax bill of 50 cents in one of those other communities, just because of the taxable home value. And the challenge is that the service provision does not cost 30 cents on the tax rate less, whatever. Mayor, help me out with that ratio.
30 cents on 80 cents.
That's simple, but I can't do it.
3.7.
Less?
37.5%.
Okay, thank you. So it costs, we compete with these same cities for firefighters, for police officers. Costs us the same to buy a fire truck, buy a police car, buy bunker gear, build a fire station. So answering the 911 call costs the same. We just don't generate as much money to pay for that service. And the resident in the end doesn't pay as much for the service that if the tax rate is steady, if you're just comparing the tax rate, then the resident in Temple pays much less than those in other communities. So it's just, I guess, maybe just a reminder that a tax rate is not the only thing to look at.
That's a great slide.
Maybe a little foreshadowing.
That's a great slide. Do we have copies of that somewhere?
I did not print this out, but I will print all of these out and get them to you guys. I might have been a little last minute in
No,
everything
don't
that I
worry
did.
about that. Just thinking once the tax rate is published, and our phone begins to ring.
Yeah.
Things like that will help us a lot.
Yes, sir. And then last,
And also, I think it's important to note that there's no impact fees and all that either. I mean, so not only are the cost is the same to provide the service, the home values are lower. And there's not a bunch of additional fees like there are in other places to help with some of those costs, to mitigate some of those infrastructure costs.
Which is partially why our home values are less, because the
Right.
impact fees aren't in that home value.
Yeah.
and hear me, I'm not trying to make our homes more expensive. Like that's not,
No,
that,
no.
I just am just reminding that at the end of the day, what we pay is a tax bill. And what it costs to provide the level of service that we decide we want to provide is what it costs. We have to, and that is gonna cost what it costs here. It's gonna cost a very similar amount in Round Rock and a very similar amount in College Station. It's not gonna vary dramatically. So it's just important not to fix it. I would just, again, this is selfish, but just don't fixate too much on a tax rate, because there's other factors that go into that.
To me, I think it proves out that the city of Temple, both now and in the past, has managed their money well. To deliver the amount of services that we do at that cost.
And I guess one other thing on impact fees, because it can be confusing. Impact fees is not a substitute for developers' responsibility to install infrastructure.
Right.
So the impact fee doesn't cover the internal infrastructure that the developer is responsible for, like the local streets or collectors within their development, the water lines, the sewer lines. It's the regional infrastructure. So the arterial roads, the force mains, the regional lift stations, not the lift station that's needed because that topography of that development needs that lift station to connect into the system. This is these are intended to cover truly regional level infrastructure. So it's not, and actually sometimes we pay for that and don't charge impact fees and I guess is my point.
As a note, I had lunch with a developer last week. And he talked about how much the company enjoyed doing business in Denver. We talked about impact fees, and he had the exact opposite thought regarding impact fees. The impact fees should pay for those things at the end of the driveway, not the regional things.
That's not the
I'm
impact.
just saying.
That's an education, right? Like. Huh? On the streets. That's not for developer.
That's just not what it is.
Yeah.
I'm just sorry. So last thing on revenue factors before we get into the details, is TERS, our tax increment financing reinvestment zone. So this is a great tool for the community, a really good thing that we have to drive, in particular, economic development. But we do have a fairly unique reinvestment zone. It covers a third of our city and it goes to 2062. So it's a different animal than many TERS across the state. And so, the impact here or why I mentioned this is just that the revenue generated from real property taxes for areas that are covered by the reinvestment zone. And so that's obviously TMED area is in the reinvestment zone, Synergy Park, North Industrial Park, including airport and, all that in between is all in the zone. So that revenue goes into a special fund with other participating taxing entities revenue and is not, while, it's an important tool and it helps us with infrastructure, it's not available for operating and maintenance like it would be if it were not in a zone. So just that note. Good to keep going on, Mayor?
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
So at this point, I want to shift to some more details, if that's okay. I'm gonna go through kind of the org charts one by one and talk specifics about the position impacts, both for the I for structuring for success and the I for scaling for growth. So we've already really talked about this one, but this is just a slightly different look. This is city manager's office. So, this would be that third HCM position that would manage these departments. So that is proposed in the business plan. Customer care.
This is in the order that the handouts are organized to, right?
I'm not sure, to be honest with you.
It's
The handouts on how it works.
okay.
I am not in alpha order. I am in random. The only order I'm in is I've grouped them by focus areas. Other than that, I can't promise anything.
Okay, they said that the handouts are in alpha order.
Okay, so your packet here, let me orient you before I get into these details. So you have a summary sheet at the top. This is a focus just on general fund today, because that I think is gonna be the big question about general fund and rates, and so that's general fund. It has the positions summarized by budget function, which again is largely aligned with department, but in certain cases related to funding source, it's not. And then you have a packet that has every individual position listed. So that's just the same information that's rolled up on this sheet. Okay. And then you'll have all but 4 of the individual org charts, and we can go through or I hope to go through those in detail with you here. And then at the very back is the RZ financing plan there.
Thank you.
So that is, there's a few different, the last 3 documents that are, is it 3? Yeah, last 3 documents that are stapled together is the summary plan, the detail plan, and
The master plan.
the master plan.
Project.
Thanks, I know that was last minute, thank y'all for that.
That was not as last minute as the rest of my stuff, so, Okay.
Get the stink out. That's all.
all right. So I am going in, I'm gonna go in, again, I grouped this by focus area, so I'm gonna skip around in the order that you have here, but if you'll flip with me to customer care. So customer care is, one of our newer departments. It was established as part of the 2025 business plan. Customer care is a, I guess a growth of 2 divisions. Tracy, they were divisions, utility billing and metering. So that goes back to, we don't really know what they were because we
Right.
didn't do this, but they were something. So we had, Heather Nicholas, was, over our utility billing program, which handled, all of, the customer service related facing billing details. So her team reads the meters, they bill for water, wastewater, and then everything that comes on that bill, the trash service, drainage is also there. So one of your very highest priorities in the original strategic plan was customer service. You wanted a focus on customer service. So our proposal for customer care was a dedicated team for just that. So we grew that utility billing team into a broader department, which we call customer care.
Really created a new.
Yes, it's a new program over here. That was an existing program. This is a new program. So it became a department because it grew from a single program to more than that. This program is led by Heather Nicholas. She has an executive support coordinator that provides her administrative support and support for the department in interactions with other support departments as well. So when I say that, I mean that position would interface for her department with, say, payroll and purchasing, and be responsible for that level of work for the department as a whole. And then you have the customer care manager. So again, this is an existing position. If it doesn't have a border around it, it's an existing position. If it has a red border, it is an existing position, but I'm suggesting a retitle, reclass, a little change to it for consistency, but it's not a new position. So it's not going to be on the list, just for, we didn't want to get too convoluted for you if we just changing a title or something. If it's in black border, it's a proposed new position. Okay. Sorry, I forgot to orient you on my legend here. It doesn't have a legend. So new team, a new name for this position, but this is an existing position. And then these folks exist here right now. She has 4 solution specialists that work for the customer care team. This solutions team is the really heart of the new addition to the program. So it is the team that runs our 311 or our TTX Connect program. So it's the consolidated call center operations. You call one number, text a number, email, chat, all of the functions that you desire. Talk to a real person, going to be one of these folks, and they're going to get you help no matter what it is, what department it's dealing with. If you have a question, the philosophy we came into this with is that you shouldn't have to know all of this to know who to call with your service request or what you need from the city. So this team helps us provide a one-stop solution for a customer, and then they will help that customer get that solution that they need. We, through your support, we purchased a software system that, and this is a baby department, so we're still working out the kinks, but we purchased a software program that helps us integrate this department with the operating departments. And I have a very ugly demonstration of this. I did not get Heather. Did Heather leave? You Heather, I'm talking about you. I did not get your approval for the slide I'm about to show. So shield your eyes. It's ugly. I didn't get Ari's help. So I wanted to give, though it helped me to have a little bit of a visual demonstration. So here you have the customer care team. So customer care team interfaces with our residents because if a resident has a request, a question, a complaint, a problem, they can contact customer care. Customer care then interfaces with a new function that we're going to talk about when we get to our operating department. Service delivery support teams within the operating department. So district services, remember that's Transform Temple. So code compliance, solid waste, transportation, utility service, all have proposed teams that customer care interfaces with so that they provide the customer has a pothole. They have a missed trash collection. They have a bulky item pickup request. They have, their neighbor's, yard is overgrown. They have, a question about how to rent a pavilion at a park, whatever it is. They have that question, goes to the customer care team, and that heads over to this service delivery team. This team is the hub for the department. So they're taking not only the requests that come in from the city, from the citizens, from our residents here, but they're also managing department generated work orders. So the proactive work, or the work that we just do, not because somebody, believe it or not, we do work sometimes that nobody has asked for. No one has complained about it. So those things come through. So you kind of have them converging with this service delivery support team, which then schedules out the actual work and helps dispatch, if you will, the work to the particular crews within the operating department. But they then keep in contact back with customer care, and customer care in turn keeps in touch with the resident who generated the request. So that is how it was intended to work. And we need to do a better job of service mapping so that we reach maximum effectiveness here. But I think it's it's really good program, and it's going to bring a lot to the goal of customer service for our community. So a couple of minor things here. Just as we grow, we are projecting that we'll need to add a couple of additional solution specialists. And that was actually projected in when we established this in the original plan.
What do you mean by service mapping? You mean figuring out where different services fall within the org chart, or actually like a heat map of where services are?
No, I mean this, developing a, defined, I don't want to use mapping because you can't use a word in the definition of a word, but, to identify what we need to do, in my opinion, is to identify every service that our city provides, that our organization provides, and be very clear with who provides it, why we provide it, who are our customers, who are our stakeholders, what is the service, what's part of the service, what's not part of the service, how we deliver that service. So what is the processes, the internal processes that we use to provide that service? There is a map, service area map, if a service is geography based, then any type of delineation of where the service is provided or how it's zoned out, what policies or ordinances or other related documents are associated with that service, what the expectation level of the service is, what the resources are needed to deliver that service, and then what the performance metrics are. And so we need this done to maximize the effectiveness of the customer care team, so that we have this plan between them and every department that they support, so they'll have this plan with solid waste, they'll have this plan with transportation, but also every service within, so brush and bulky items is a great example, because we're doing that right now. That level of very detail, what are we doing? How are we doing it? Who does what when? What are the losing my words, but the if then this, there's a word for that, I can't think of it right now. Contingencies, what happens through the process. So we have done that at some level. We've done that at a great level with brush and bulky items, and that needs to be done with every single service from top to bottom in
Yep.
the organization.
Thank you.
So that will help better define both the flow within this process.
Yep.
But also what the customer care team and the department make a commitment to in terms of that if we are to be very clear, for example, that if someone has a pothole request, we will have a very clear expectation of when that will happen, how that will happen, what we're resourced to do. Are we resourced to get to it in 2 months? Are we resourced to get to it in 2 days? And whatever the answer is, we'll be clear about it. And if we don't like the answer, then we can present that for additional resource needs. So that's the idea.
So Brandon,
Yes, ma'am.
back to customer care, I'm following up on or trying to follow. The first sheet is a summary, right? So like for customer care, it has like two hires, 27 and 29. But on that sheet, there's 4 outlined in black.
These two are water and wastewater funded, and that is just general fund. We talked about, should we do everything, but we just felt like we would overwhelm, so we narrowed down to those sheets just to general fund. So the utility billing side, because they're billing for water and wastewater, they're paid out of the water wastewater fund. So that's only gonna show these 2 positions over here, so that are paid out of the general fund. Cause this team is general fund, this team is potholes, high grass. Whatever, just anything and everything. This team is utility billing, this is the team that you got a question about your water bill. You're gonna call this team, and then this team is really, developing the water bill, reading the meter, getting the bill out. So, does that make sense?
Yes. And then
Is-
going,
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
going to the TCX slide, the next one. Is there a way for council to see the work orders that are out there? Is there a way for us to get in there and see that?
Yes. I don't think that is available right now, but my goal, should you support it, and I'm sorry that this is kind of morphing into, it's hard to separate the individual pieces, because I also want to talk about district coordinators down here at the appropriate time. But what I believe we can do with the system that we have in place is to develop a dashboard, if you will, so that you can see requests from. I mean, we could narrow it down to district, but I know that y'all don't always just cleanly represent, sometimes you have a friend who calls, or, someone doesn't know what district you're in, or you know the person or something, so. We could probably make it where there's a layer just to see what's in your district, but then be able to see, all requests, and so, we don't have that now. But I believe that we can make that, and I believe that we should make that, because then you would be able to see both what might have been already reported by a resident directly to the customer care team, or through another means, or the status of what you have reported on behalf of a resident. And then if we implement this program, what this proactive team will find in our community about what needs to be addressed by the city.
So if we give you something from a resident, it's gonna go through the team too, or?
It's gonna go through the same system. So that everything is all in one database.
So if we went directly to the department, which there are about 3 people that I know whose name and number.
Yeah.
I call them regardless of what, and they'll send me to the right place, but if we put something through the department, it's gonna go into the system.
Yeah, and I hate to go, that's why we also need to do this, to pare it down to, we need a process map, what will happen, where is it generated, what happens with that, where are the entry points, so it may be different, and y'all may want something different. You may say, well, I don't wanna, I wanna call the department, or I don't wanna call the department. We need to go through that process to understand. So I don't have an answer for that, because it's gonna depend on what you wanna see. But I think the one thing I would encourage us to do is to develop a process where everything is in that database so that you get good reports. You only get the good data if you put the data in. So, if we keep a system where you go directly to a department, we would just need to create the process on how that gets assimilated into the system. And I would suggest that we do that through that service delivery plan development.
Sometimes I like to call the department head or call a specific person, because I have as many questions about
Right,
the request as I do request to get something done.
right.
So it's, sometimes I don't mind running it through from way over here, sometimes I want close to the source.
You'll notice I didn't put city council up here anywhere. So I'm not trying to dictate what you do or who, where, we can work on that together in terms
Jump in
of,
this pool anywhere.
yes, yeah. We can figure out where you want to jump in and we'll make that work. And I hate to say it, but I think it's gonna depend a little bit too. I mean, some requests you may handle one way and some, if they're fairly routine, you may want to forward them to someone to help you, get it into this process. But something else you may not. I mean, that's how I am. Depends on what it is. If it's just routine and I, just send it along, or if it feels like something I need to know more about. So next department is strategy and innovation. Apparently I can't say the alphabet. I can't find it. Hiding behind solid waste. Yes, okay. So my vision for this department is one that would really support our overall management and really support the management pod function related to project delivery for non-capital projects. So strategic initiatives is what you've probably heard us call them. And for these service plan mapping. So my goal here is to have a team. Probably should have put this in. I want to go back to, hold on just a second. I'm gonna go back to this pod here. Okay. So my goal is to have a team that supports each pod and that takes the pod through that service level mapping that we just talked about, that service level planning that we talked about. So that team would be responsible for their group, and they would have a data analyst, they would have a continuous improvement coordinator. So continuous improvement meaning process improvement. Again, the continuous improvement person would be I want to say team leader, and I use that in my org chart, so I hesitate to say it that way because it's not project manager maybe for the planning, for the continuous improvement, for the service improvement planning process. So they would bring the appropriate team together across this spectrum. So you would have, let's say, you are looking at single family building permits. Okay, that's gonna be in development services, so it's gonna be in this pod. So you again would have the supporting departments, you would have the finance team, you would have the purchasing team, you would have the city attorney representative, and then you would have GIS from or a system analyst from our IT department, and you would have HR team, and you would have then this strategy and innovation team that would say, okay, we're gonna bring this group together and we're going to develop this service level plan for single family permit. And you're gonna start with that level of conversation about what is the service? Why are we doing it? Who is it for? Who are the customers? And then how do we deliver that service? Sorry, let me jumped around a little bit.
This is all new. This is a new team.
This is new for the most part. Most of it is new.
Is it kind of coming out of some IT or is it?
There would be an IT, like, so in my vision, again, let's stick on that single family permit process. You're going through this process defining that service level. And you are, the heart of it here is this service delivery details. What is the process? What are we doing right now? What do we need to be doing? What do we need to be doing is almost certainly going to tie into IT, because IT is going to help with changing the system, the software, the technology that's used to deliver the process. What we have done a lot as an organization for a lot of years is sometimes we think that software, and I'm guilty of this too, sometimes we think that software is a savior. Like, if I just got a system or a better system for, I'm gonna keep my thing on permits, then be great. But if you've got a garbage process, it doesn't matter what software. You've got to fix the process first. You got to understand what your process is, what it needs to be, where your wait time is. May, you and I were talking the other day about it. Again, I think it was in terms of development. You don't want low standards. You want efficient processes. So you want to figure out where that wasted time is, where something is just sitting in a queue, and is it bottlenecked, or is there a button that someone needs to push that doesn't need to be pushed because it's just why do you have to push that button? Y'all have heard maybe a few examples of like that from me, of processes throughout the organization where it's like, well, we dove in on why that was taking so long, and it was because there's some relic in a process at some point where in a lot of ways, it come from just, we've always done it that way. Something went wrong one time, so we did a bunch of CYA because we made some, I think of it as kinks in the pipes. We added some different layers so that thing will never happen again, but mistakes happen, and now you've slowed down the process by 2 weeks for everyone because one time one thing got through that shouldn't have gotten through. We don't want to be about that either. We don't want to be reckless though, but so going through that process, why we're doing it, how we're doing it, and how are we able to get to do it better. That would flow into with Kelly and her team on any technology improvements that need to come from the existing system, or if we need to, if after we have cleaned up our process, we say, hey, we really could use a new system or a different system or an adjusted system to make this more effective, then that will come to light. But it's not throw a technology solution as a Band-Aid on something that at its core is a broken process, that if you don't fix the process, it doesn't matter what fancy new system you layer on top of it, it's still not gonna work. And then many of our items would have, again, either internal policies or external policies. It could be an ordinance, or a resolution or an internal policy that defines that service, especially for our externally facing services. So the team would bring together, again, the operating department that's responsible for the service, the support departments that help provide support, again, our centralized support departments provide support to those different functions. And it's essentially adds more, it adds a layer, like I'm sorry, I'm rambling, hold on. One thing I'm worried about is my ability to get the data that I need to manage effectively. So there's a lot of data available, but sometimes it's locked up in a system and it's not useful to you unless you can get it out, visualize it, track it, and make it impactful for what you're doing. It is, I believe it is going to be cost prohibitive for us to add data analysts in each of our departments. So my goal would be that we have one for the pod who would then support those 10 departments, those 5 to 10 departments within that pod, so that they would be very familiar with their data. And so when we're going through a service plan process, they would be the ones generating the data for us to evaluate the process with. But then at the end, they would also be once this is signed off on and we say, yep, that's it. That's the process we want. That's the service we want. And you go down here to tracking your performance metrics. And then we can start saying, well, how long has that solid waste truck been down? How many, I don't want to pick on any one department, but so I'll go around. How long is it taking to get a single family permit out? What is all of those things? We need, in my opinion, we need some of this backbone support to really help us to get to the data and the processes that will help us to use my theme, to scale as we grow. Otherwise, we're going to be fighting against outdated systems and processes and things that have just developed over the many years. Nobody's fault, just they've just developed out that way because they've grown over time. They haven't been adjusted over time. I mean, again, why do you push that button? Why do I have to push that button? That doesn't make any sense to me. That just continues to grow and fester, and we do not achieve the efficiency that we can if we take the time to define what services we provide, how we provide them, what level we want to provide them, and then we manage to that. So then we have the accountability to that. So if the service level expectation is a certain thing is turned around in a certain amount of days, if it's a pothole, if it's and it could be internal or external, because the internal things affect ultimately it's about providing services to the community, but sometimes it's a internal service that we have to provide to support that external service, like sleep, for example. So that is the proposal and the idea behind these teams, is to help provide the proposed management pods with the process management and data management needed to identify, document, improve, and track our services at every single level. The other thing I would note, let me go back to this chart, is this team is also responsible for our legislative engagement program. So I've had a lot of thought about that, because that is a lot of time when it's time. And I've always kind of struggled with how do we balance, how do we effectively use a team? Year round when legislative season gets very intense for 6 to 8 months, but then not quite so. So the more I thought about it, the more I made, legislation is at its heart policy, right? That's what it is. In my ideal world, I need people as part of this team who help us internally with our policy. So again, if this process is, how are we, maybe we are mapping the way that we develop and approve economic development agreements. Then, one of those things might be, well, we need to make some changes to our economic development policy. So the policy analyst could be responsible for that part of the service delivery process. And then during legislative season, their main responsibility will be in analyzing legislative, state and primarily state policy proposals.
When I hear from a lot and see divisions, departments, they haven't been able to improve processes or understand because they're just trapped, they're bogged down and just their staffing levels just trying to get by.
Yeah.
And that's prohibitive for maybe making improvements that needed to be made.
Right, it's just so, thank you, Tracy, it's just so much to keep up with the flow of the day-to-day. We established our red tape reduction team, and we've had some success with that, but it hasn't had the impact that I would like to see it have. Because one, we didn't have a process improvement, someone with that knowledge of like, well, how do we did sit around in this room, for several hours together. But if you don't kind of have that perspective of how do you sit down and map out a process and identify areas for improvement. So someone to lead us through that, and then to take us out of the sea of the everyday to get it done, because otherwise you're right, Tracy, it's just one other thing that's not what you do. You may be a really good, fleet manager, but you're not a, process improvement person. So you need that perspective and that support. I actually have no idea. Seagram might be a great process improvement person. I'm not, that was just an example. Ready to move on? Okay. People operations, not a ton of big changes, primarily just some retitle, little reclasses for consistency. This is a existing people operations generalist or human resources generalist position. So again, Councilmember Kirkendall, kind of to your question about how many before you kind of need somebody to be the leader. So this was an area where, because this is a program that doesn't have a direct manager, the division director serves as a manager. At some point you get enough of these folks and you need to have a leader to kind of keep everybody on point. Training coordinator position, to just help us as we develop out both mandatory but also leadership development training, and then two benefit specialists, especially important if we go self-funding, is my understanding. Okay, general services, stop me if I'm going too fast. General services, you do not have a printout of this, I'm sorry, this was one that my computer was not cooperating with me, so we will get you this printout. So general services is a combination of purchasing, facilities, and our facility capital improvement program. So on the purchasing side here, main change is again, a manager, to supervise buyers. An additional buyer, and again, this is, this I think we need for just the volume of work, and a buyer just is the person who helps procure the thing for the department. So whether it's good or service, they, you know, they need something to effectuate their work, then this is the team member who helps them effectively and legally procure that that good or service that's needed for to provide the service that the program is providing. So we need this as we grow, but it also would like to see there be a buyer assigned to each management pot as well. And then I talked to Tracy a little bit about this. Again, this is Tracy's area, but feel like just as we're growing, we do a lot of business, you know, purchasing cards, payables, and right now we only have a couple people, you know, with that function, and that is a lot of volume. Mayor, I don't have this one for you.
Okay.
The lot of volume of things that thankfully have gone really well, but you know, makes me nervous. This is a point of failure in terms of fraud, and just want to make sure we have the right resources to manage all of the buying and the procuring that we do as a team. The other big area is maintenance. So facility maintenance right now, we have 600,000 square feet of buildings. We have 3 maintenance technicians. Did you guys know that? It's kind of, that's part of the value for me in doing this, is it became so clear that you have 3 people managing all of that space. So quite a bit here proposed. First priority, just adding some additional maintenance technicians, getting us up to have at least 3 more. And then eventually, sorry for the formatting, eventually adding some team leaders. My goal here is that each of these 3 teams would have a set of buildings that they would be responsible for. So they would have ownership of those buildings. They would be responsible for saving my life by determining that an HVAC system, an old HVAC flume was about to fall on my head. They would have some ownership of that building, some understanding of the building. They would be known to the occupants and know, you know, have that relationship, have that care and custody of the facility. So when I mapped out all of the facilities that we have, I feel like 3 teams would serve us really well if we were able to get there. So this is just routine, everyday maintenance, keeping up. This team is proposed as a team that would help us do small in-house construction projects. So we want to split an office into 2. We need a wall put up. Something like that, you know, a minor remodel, a minor, not just a kind of a routine repair, but maybe not something that we need to go full scale, contract it out, can save money, get it done fast if we had an in-house team to do some of that work. And then this is a team that would manage kind of our specialty trades, our building trades. So right now we have two HVAC people, and one is a journeyman, I think, and not even a journeyman right now.
We don't have any in business delivery. We have
But-
an electrician journeyman. Not HVAC.
But you have an HVAC employee.
Got that out.
No, not existing.
They got reclassified.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry, I'm a little confused by that, but we have 2 HVAC related positions that exist right now. So what we need is, or what we're proposing is electrician support and a full plumbing team. So right now we rely 100% on a contractor who I understand does a great job for us, but is about to retire. And so we are a little bit worried that we will not be able to replicate that service, that there won't be kind of a level of contracted service that we'll be able to get similar to what we've enjoyed. So we're suggesting an in-house solution. And then on the custodial side, just to add, as we've grow in the spaces that we're that we have and that we're responsible for cleaning, adding custodial crews in phases throughout the years. Service coordinator, again, that's the service delivery support person that would be responsible for interfacing with different departments who are bringing work orders in. So I need this checked out. I'm interested in having this painted, someone to receive all of those requests and coordinate them amongst the teams. An energy and efficiency manager who would be responsible for our HVAC, really all, not just HVAC, but in particular, lots of opportunities in the area of managing our, Linda, I know you don't feel good, but help me out with the control. Building automation system. And then last program in general services is our facility capital improvement program. So we have see if I can find this slide real quick. So these are the different capital program categories that we have. Facilities, in my way of thinking about it, and what I'd like to structure us around is that if you would hire an architect to run that project, to design that project, it belongs in the facility team to manage. If you would hire an engineer to design that project, so it's a road, it's a water, it's a wastewater project, it belongs in our engineering team to manage. If you would hire a landscape architect, so it's a park, it's something, it's just gonna stay with park, it's a park, then if you would hire a landscape architect, and that would belong in our places and spaces CIP. And then we also have not capital improvement programs, but certainly capital acquisition of fleet and technology would be managed by those respective departments as well. So Belinda's team is responsible, in my mind, for anything that is a facility that you would hire an architect to manage the project. So her team there is going to be managing all of the fire stations as we build those, assuming we do. So public safety is a significant part of that. But then also other improvements to other city facilities, would also be under her purview. So that would be the facilities capital improvement officer. And right now that team has 2 project managers, and we're proposing a 3rd. Also an administrative assistant. Belinda does everything she does and has no administrative support. And then I have one more in this category, and then it's probably break time. IT, last but certainly not least. You program infrastructure support, a network analyst, and an additional security administrator. Under applications and technical support, you've got an additional systems analyst, a software developer, and a technical trainer. And then under GIS, a GIS analyst, and then again, this team responsible for implementing all technology projects And keep in mind that that's both the software systems and hardware systems that we use that you kind of think about automatically when you think about a technology project. So if we update our financial system, for example, that team would be delivering that. But they're also responsible for the technology within every other capital improvement project. So as a fire station's getting built out, they are responsible for making sure that that station has door access controls and network capability, has the right, drops in the right places. And so part of that is linked into infrastructure projects in addition to the traditional thing you think of when you think of technology. And that wraps one focus area. Is there, want to go back to anything in that area, Mayor or Council?
I'm fine. Council.
One question, particularly when you were talking about services, we talked about SLEs. How often are those reviewed? And the reason I say that is you gave an example of the leaking water that was 2 months. How often do we review those SLEs?
We really don't have a protocol for it at this point. Which is the goal of that team, is that they would first establish them, and then after established, they would have a cadence of routine review of them. I think that's a big weakness that we have, is that we have access to a lot of data to help us drive improvement. But we don't have the analysts to really help us unlock the potential of that.
This is a good breaking point in your presentation.
I would love a break if y'all don't mind.
No, but lunch is at noon.
Okay.
So we just want to have it. What is your plan around that? It's 11:30 now, so take a break now. And then noon lunch is here. Working lunch.
If that's okay.
Yeah,
Just
no, that's great. Trying to figure out the time.
have more to cover. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
So we're not breaking for 30 minutes.
Maybe just
Thanks
5.
for lunch. Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you.
okay. 5 is hard to do. How about 15? 10 or 15?
You say 5, it'll be 10 or 15. You say 10 or 15, it'll be 30.
True. Then lunch is, okay, 10 minutes. Oh. It's something. At one point, I was.
I've been told to pick up the pace. Actually, nobody told me that, but I will pick up the pace. Okay. So communications and collaboration, again, this is a pretty, limited focus area in terms of the, programs that, are aligned with it. And in fact, I forgot to mention that, related to the management pod, because really the only two areas that, that roll up to communications and collaboration is communications and destination services, which also is in places and spaces. There and a proposed community advancement director that instead of having a standalone pod aligned with this one, that would just get combined in with places and spaces. So that I didn't forget it, but it just doesn't make sense to have a standalone management pod for it. So in terms of the part of communications and destination services that relates to communication and collaboration, it's really this half of the org chart. So it's the marketing and digital media program, and then the public relations and engagement program. So I think that you all are very aware of the great work that Heather and her team do. So just some highlights here of recommendation. The only right now, Heather is not structured this way in this grouping, and I'm suggesting this again to help facilitate the ability to work together in those management pods. So you would have two. You would get her staff that are related to marketing and digital media. So this is website, social media, advertising, really all of the communications that the department does. Public relations is media relations, so news, relationships, and then community engagement. But this is really all everything else. So what I'm recommending is that we get this structured into two teams so that one team can support a group of pods and another team can support another group of pods. In this particular case, I think that probably one team would support just one pod, that being places and spaces, because their places and spaces is parks and rec, it's library and museums. They're very heavy on the programs and things that need marketing and media support. And then the second team would be the other three pods would be their responsibility. So that's in most other cases where I have two teams supporting the four pods, I would bring it up 2 and 2. But in this case, it's just such a condensed need for support in that places and spaces area that to me it makes sense for them to support that. So to get that, we have and y'all heard Heather's presentation earlier this year, but we have a request for an additional graphic designer. So each team would have a graphic designer and then eventually have a team leader. This is proposed in later portion of the plan. So just for the first several years, it would just be a direct report. But it would, in my mind, be nice to have the teams to lead those efforts. Website coordinator, we don't have a dedicated position right now to manage our website. So each department is really kind of responsible for content with support from communications and marketing. And that works okay. But we don't have somebody really kind of scrubbing to make sure that the information is accurate, that links aren't broken, and that it is meeting accessibility standards. The other thing that you'll remember that you may recall from Heather's presentation is it's getting close to the time where we need to refresh our website. And so it would be nice to have this position to project manage that. That's a major undertaking. So that is recommended to kind of be tied to that when we get website update. And remember, it's not just the City of Temple website, but we also have a standalone website for parks, library, and a few other of our destination downtown, things like that have their standalone. And then in public relations, the only, position addition is a community engagement coordinator. This position has been in the business plan for a few years, so nothing new that you haven't seen before. But this position would help provide additional avenues to help the community engage with the services and the work that we do. A couple of programs of note that I would like to see this position help foster. One would be working in support of with Stacy and her efforts on legislative engagement to have if and when this resource comes online, to really have that person help provide support to that team to get broader engagement in our legislative efforts. And then the Youth Advisory Commission and programs like that, so City University, things like that we don't currently offer, and some departments have a version of it, like we have Citizens Police Academy and Neighborhood Academy that Nancy's team does, but those types of engagement opportunities would be able to be more robust with a dedicated resource. For flow, I'm just gonna come back to the other side when we get to places and spaces. So unless you have any questions, or if you have any questions on that, let me know. Otherwise, I'll head to the next slide. This is all things that have been in the plan for the most part, with some, this hasn't been, but really kind of structuring it around the teams hasn't been something you've seen before, but the individual resources have been in our plan for several years now. And then the only other position that is related to communications and collaboration is this potential position that would create an office of, there's a million different things, maybe not a million, there's 6 or so different things you could call this. But the idea here is someone who, a single point for the city, who would be responsible for developing ways that the community can further engage with the city related to giving, so sponsorships of major events, or if we're doing, for example, we are looking to expand the animal shelter, and we want to see if we can get donations from those who really love pets, or there's something that maybe there's an investment at Hillcrest and we want to do some foundational giving, or we want to see the Little Flock community, help support that, or if there's a future museum or convention center opportunity with sponsorship or naming rights. A single point in the organization that could develop the relationships with, in particular, our corporate citizens, but certainly others as well. And so that we're not scattershot, we're not having multiple people ask the same folks for support. We have a single message and a single, offering of what is available to someone who wants to partner with the city in a deeper level than, is just typical through, property taxes, and wants to see something, a special project or name recognition related to event sponsorship or something like that. So this position is actually presented as a self-supporting position, which is pretty typical in offices like this, where you would have foundational giving. They're typically expected to first support their own weight, bill, salary, and then raise for future projects. So this is not a revenue impact, but it is, I think, a good opportunity for us to have a more consistent voice into, well, I think we have some great opportunities with the level of corporate investment that we have in our community to have more than what we do now. So you would see this very typically in a university setting would definitely have an advancement office, sometimes called philanthropy or foundational giving. Nonprofits typically have it, like Baylor Scott and White. So the idea would be for the city to have a nonprofit. That chamber is another good example. The chamber has their main functions, and then they have Temple Futures, so that if somebody is wanting to donate and get tax considerations from that, but we would have a kind of a single voice with the opportunities to sponsor capital giving or event giving. Already got done with another one. Much faster. Places and spaces. So, this goal is beautiful spaces and unique experiences. So now I'll turn to the other half of, communications and destinations. So this side over is really aligned with places and spaces. So they have, management of the special events program. We have one additional special events coordinator proposed to support the new downtown community market. This is not a general fund position. This is presented as a reinvestment zone position, so it won't be on your sheet. But that is, what that position is. These are just retitles of existing positions for consistency. And then the other position that's added here is an additional downtown coordinator position. We actually are slated to have a presentation given, for the arts and culture master plan, and this is a recommendation from that plan. So I'm a little ahead of myself here since y'all haven't heard that plan and accepted its recommendations. But if we are to do that, we will need a position to really manage the cultural district if we choose to create one. And so this is not shown as funded until a future year, like FY 2030 or something like that. So it's nothing immediate. But if we do want to pursue that cultural district that we'll hear about when we get that plan report here in the next few days, then that would be the position that would support that endeavor. And I think that is it for that team. Parks and, well, starting with parks, so this program manager position, I think this is a good example of where I took a look at the organization and said, wow, there's a lot of crews reporting to a division director versus having some of the management structure that would make delivery of those services more optimal. So I am recommending program manager be added there. So that is a new position. We do have the foreman here, and then this gets a little detailed. So I'll go quickly, but if you want to go in more detail, just let me know. So right now we have a general maintenance crew, and we have what we call an events maintenance crew. The events maintenance crew was originally intended to add resources to the general maintenance crew so that they could also support special events. So that, this team, if they work Monday through Friday, 8 to 5, and they were routinely being asked to mandatory overtime on the weekends to support an event, that was becoming problematic. There was also not really an opportunity for this team to take on the type of support in building, props is probably not the right word, but it's the word that comes to mind for special events. So, one that I think of off the top of my head is for example, the haunted hayride, and that team would put together the decorations and things for that. So that team was added a few years ago, but in my evaluation, what that team really needs to be is just the second general maintenance crew. So they're a general maintenance team for the parks department, maintaining our parks equipment, and they are also when called upon, they also help support special events. But I think I erred really in kind of calling it a special events team when really that was their other duties as assigned versus calling it a general maintenance team when events is really other duties as assigned. And so that would really doesn't add any positions, but it changes a few around a little bit to get us to full general maintenance crews. So all of the parks, I saw no, I didn't. Did I see Kevin? I thought I saw Kevin.
Yeah.
Chuck, how many parks do we have? Pop quiz. 65. Yeah. So 65, some of them are not developed, so, somewhere between 55, 65. Just to give you that perspective, those parks are all maintained by those two crews. And then we also, it's part of this team have a custodial crew. Right now, that crew only has 3 positions. So we're recommending adding a crew leader and then 2 more custodial maintenance workers. To have, really kind of again, all of those restroom facilities so if you think about custodial services on the general services team that we just talked about, they are responsible for custodial janitorial support for city facilities. But this team is responsible for facilities within park, like, for example, restrooms within park. So not community center, but any amenity that's directly in a park facility. So that, again, just all that we have, all that we do, 3 people, pretty light on that. Then over here, right now we have 2 equipment operators, that are responsible for roadside mowing. And then we have 2 utility technicians that are responsible for roadside mowing. That is very strange thing. I happen to know the history, so I know why that happened, but utility technicians, Mike, don't normally mow TxDOT right of way, so I'm just proposing we standardize those names. No additions right now, except for the team leader in the future. That would really help provide management for those 4 individuals that go and are responsible in conjunction with contracted maintenance that we also utilize for all of the roadside mowing in the community. So council may recall that, 12-15 years ago, time gets away when you're having fun. TxDOT cut back on what they were gonna do in terms of mowing roadsides, and they went from quarterly or monthly down to twice a year. And so our community said, hey, we want our roads mowed. We have a lot of TxDOT right of way within our community. We wanted a higher standard than that. So we did add those positions at that time. So this proposal is just to get that team, a team leader, and get their titles cleaned up. All other mowing happens right now with these 2 crews. 6 guys and gals that provide mowing for all of our parks and grounds. And so I'm recommending 1 additional crew. Crew is made up of an equipment operator, 2 maintenance workers, and then a shared crew leader for all 3 of these crews. So they're not, again, kind of going back to that complexity, little less complex than say a utility crew. So not necessarily needing a dedicated crew leader for every crew, but needing someone to provide some day-to-day direction for them. Then on the special crews area, we have an existing horticulture crew. Would like to add a second one, so that's that's landscaping, planting areas, an irrigation team leader, as well as a chemical application or spray technician team leader with an additional spray technician to that team as well. And then a forestry crew. So this is responsible for maintaining, trimming trees and vegetation within parks. We'll talk about in transportation, the roadside forestry. So city streets are handled under transportation, but forestry in parks is handled in Chuck's team here. And then I mentioned we have quite a bit of mowing that we contract out to contracted providers. So we think it's prudent that we have a contract coordinator to help us effectively oversee and manage those, that delivery of service that's contracted out. I don't know whose this is, but I feel like I'm gonna break it. Cemetery, just a title cleanup, but then you all recently adopted the Hillcrest Master Plan, which, if you recall, recommended that we added a couple of maintenance workers at Hillcrest and had some pretty urgent reasons for that. So we are recommending to follow that that advice and to add those two maintenance, workers there. In golf, a food and beverage program manager, a full-time food and beverage person. There are part-time staff. A few years ago, we added full-time cart attendant staff to supplement the part-time staff, and it really stabilized the program, so you weren't just having turnover constantly. You had some full-time consistency. So we thought like that would be very helpful in the food and beverage area as well, to not have one person full-time, and then the rest would be supplemented by part-time employees. And then last but not least, assistant golf professional position for golf education, golf lessons, junior golf program, and things like that. And then this side is the proposed park ranger program. This has been in the plan for a few years, but this is a refined proposal as I really kind of did a deep dive here. I'm recommending 2 separate teams. So you've got, and this would be phased in. This wouldn't all come in 1 year. You would have 1 team come in 1 year. So the first tranche, you would have a team leader and 2 rangers, as well as some part-time staff that I'm calling park ambassadors. So my vision here is that for particularly for the weekends, especially when we have really lots of activity going on at, say, Crossroads or Wilson Park, especially with athletics, it would be nice if we had some presence by our staff in the park. As a mom of a participant in sports, I have a different perspective than I might have a few years ago. So it's just things like, so my son plays soccer, which is at Crossroads. And when his grandparents come to watch him, sometimes they can't. Sometimes they either just have to leave or they have to sit in the car because there's really not a stable path to get down to the viewing area. Is what they do with the youth teams is they take one soccer field, one full-size soccer field, and they split it in half. So you're not walking kind of on paths that you may have if you were watching an adult, version. So, I could see us having some golf carts where we could help older folks, because I see, obviously it's not just my in-laws, but I see people in walkers, and it's a little treacherous. So it would be nice to have that support for our youth sport leagues there. Parking can get a little hairy sometimes, so just having someone, help direct, here's where you need to go, or this is the direction. So just some part-time folks, particularly on the weekends, supplementing the full-time park ranger staff to provide presence in our park system. These would be employees of the Parks Department, so they're not going to be carrying guns. But going back to that service level plan, before we brought these on, we would work closely between chief and police department and Kevin and Chuck, and determine how we would facilitate sharing of information, escalating requests that might need sworn law enforcement involvement. And then these folks would also serve as inspectors for our park system. So they'd be making rounds on a daily basis into all of our parks. They'd be taking a look, so presence for you and I as we visit the parks to feel safe, but also looking at parks, looking at slides, looking at, inspecting to make sure the equipment is in good condition, making sure there's not anything that needs to be addressed, ant piles or things like that need attention. So eyes on the parks here. And then in following year, you would have the second team come on. And at that point, you could really have one team focusing on all the parks east of 35 and the other team west of 35, or some division where you would have them. Having both these teams would allow really good coverage in terms of you could do like 10-hour day shifts for them, and you could have some really good coverage into the morning and evening hours and on weekends. And so when people are most likely using our parks or most often using our parks, you would have that present. So they would they're not gonna be stuck to a single park. They're gonna be patrolling, so they wouldn't always be there, but they would have enough coverage where you would be able to, you would expect them to be at the park at regular intervals. So I think that's it for parks. Any questions on that before? And again, most of that has been in the plan, but just presented a little bit differently perhaps.
We've been talking about park rangers for a long time.
Yes.
Just real quickly, what is a park ranger's role?
They're a,
You explained the ambassador, I get that.
yes. They're a in most cities, I did a bit of research on this, this year because occasionally the question is, do you want him to be sworn officers? I asked chief and he didn't tell me no, but
No,
yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. He kind of did. So, and based on his advice, I researched and it really isn't common. What is common is for them to be non-sworn, more like marshals or, just not, they're not gonna have a gun. They're not gonna be at that level, but they have a radio. They'd be connected into, again, we would need to not to keep repeating on that, but we would need to service map this out. But I would say, and we won't get to police until Thursday, but, for example, there in the proposal that we have to share with you, there would be a watch commander, a lieutenant watch commander on duty at all times. So maybe, the park, ranger lead and that lieutenant have a connection to where they see something that needs some direct attention from law enforcement, that they're in the park, that they get a response. But otherwise, it is a level of safety.
so park rangers are paid, those are
Yes.
employees.
Yes, they're employed. Yes, so it's a level of safety, visibility of having, someone, and then it also, again, this proposal, it functions as a park inspector as well. So when they're there, to provide presence in the park, they're also tasked with a list of things that they need to take a look at. Are the playgrounds in good repair? Are there any hazards that need to be mitigated by the maintenance crew? Is something overgrown that got missed, needs attention? Is there trash? They pick up trash while they're there. If there's, if again, custodial crew responsible for emptying trash, things like that, not replacing that, but just keeping things tidy, not, making it a friendly, positive environment to be in. So, probably not writing tickets, not arresting people, but providing, to have a line of contact for PD if something needs to escalate, but otherwise presence and engagement too with the community.
Somewhat like an ambassador, I mean, they're still gonna do something.
Very much of an ambassador, yeah. And since you can imagine these folks, like say, on a Saturday, we may, a couple of them may hang around Crossroads in Wilson because there's athletics, but maybe one or two go out to Miller Springs Trail and offer some outdoor education or, so it's safety and engagement.
Yep.
And inspection all combined. Yep. Multi-purpose. So recreation, we all recently saw the strategic plan that Parks and Rec did. So they had some recommendations around program development that I've largely adopted. I've modified it a little bit on what made sense to me. But you may recall that they recommended a program development manager, because what we have right now, and if you can see this represented in the org charts along the wall, but all of our program coordinators are embedded within one of our facilities. And so they can get, it's easy to get a bit siloed because each facility is kind of doing their own thing instead of having a more coordinated program offering or program development portfolio. So, if someone you could have duplication of programs offered, you have gaps just because you just really don't have the consistency of that. So what the strategic plan recommended was to develop, to have a program, a recreation program development manager, so that's this position here. And then have program leads, I think, is how they were suggested. So little tweak to that, I'm suggesting that we not have the program coordinators embedded in the program, in the facilities anymore, that they would report under this team. And instead, the facilities would each have a manager, a program assistant, and a recreation specialist, and then the part-time folks to run that facility. So you think Wilson, you know, you have a program going on, like say a summer camp. That's gonna be hosted at Wilson, but run by the program coordinators. Or say you have open gym. That is going to be run by the program facility. So if it's kind of a everyday ongoing part of the services that facility provides, it'll be run by the program team. I'm sorry, the facility team, and then you'll have a program team that will provide that consistency. And then they'll go to these different facilities and host the programs there. And so they'll just, I think, work really well together that way. Right now, athletics and aquatics maintenance are on the park side. And I think in my mind, although I haven't talked to Kevin and Chuck about this, or Leah, especially Leah should be most impacted. In my mind, it makes sense for the athletics program manager to also have management over the team that maintains the facilities that they're running. So that's not any additional positions, just a restructuring of how we provide that service. And then the only additional position over here is I am recommending one additional program coordinator in our athletics team. Right now we have two, and I'd really like to see us get to a place where we can have someone who takes ownership over field sports. So, you know, think soccer, football, flag football, someone who takes ownership over our diamond sports, so baseball, softball, and then someone who takes ownership over our court sports. So whether that's outside courts like tennis or inside courts, basketball, volleyball, and we have some delineation. And then those teams would work, those coordinators would work closely with the nonprofit associations that we rely on to help us deliver those youth programming. And if there's gaps in those offerings that a nonprofit sports association doesn't provide a particular league, that we would run that ourselves, which we do from time to time, especially with adult leagues. There's not as much nonprofit associations, I guess, or at least not here. So that's recreation. Library is pretty straightforward. An additional youth or additional librarian in the youth services team at the central branch. And then assuming that we build the South Temple branch, we'll need staffing for that team. So that would be a branch manager, a youth services librarian, adult services librarian, a library specialist, and then some part-time circulation technicians to round out the team there. The retitling going on up there. Next goal is neighborhoods where people love to live. So this is the goal that houses our Love Where You Live program. So just as a reminder, we are checking these boxes off. We're building some really good neighborhood plans. Still have several to go, and we've as of the last couple of years, we've also added to our list corridors that we need to plan for. So one thing that has been challenging with this program, and you guys know I love this program. This is near and dear to my heart. But these planning initiatives, as well as other similar things, like for example, we're working on right now the corporate campus master plan, or I think it's got a new name now, but growth area plan. We had one in partnership with the city of Morgan's Point and local developers for 2483 master plan for that corridor. We downtown, is coming up on the slate. So we really don't have right now a team or even a person that is really dedicated to helping oversee these planning initiatives. So they're capital adjacent. They often lead to capital projects, but what they are at first are planning initiatives. And so what's happening right now is that I am giving them, every single one of them, to Erin. And so I'm asking Erin Erin Smith, Assistant City Manager, I'm asking her to manage, a host of departments and also serve as project manager for these and a lot of other plans. So that has led me to this proposal here, which would provide a department that would help lead our long-term planning efforts for the community. So it would take over the responsibilities of Places and Spaces Capital Improvement Program and the Love Where You Live planning initiatives, but it would also help with other similar area planning initiatives. So in my mind, I'd have less org charts, and we were gonna have more room, and we were gonna walk around and look at these org charts, and that's just not how it's happened. I'm gonna just grab this window. I can find it. No, just bring that for me if you don't mind. Thanks, Don. Thank you. It had to be the one farthest away. So you can see, or hopefully you can see, that in the beginning, it would be a fairly small but mighty team here. So it would really borrow resources from other parts of the organization that we've added to support the neighborhood planning, but haven't really had a home for it. So there's a position here, a position there. There is a project manager position, for example, in parks. But that position could take on, again, if you think back to, I can pull it back up if you guys want me to, but if you think back to that chart where if it was an architect, it went to facilities. If it was a engineer, what goes to engineering, and if it's a landscape architect, then it would go to this team to manage. So those would primarily be parks projects. So it makes sense for the parks manager to run them, but they could be a few other things. The neighborhood sign program is one that comes to mind. If you guys ever decide to do any gateway improvements. I hesitate to say that.
We didn't have on the first place.
Okay. Be nice. So this team would manage both the planning initiatives for Love Where You Live, but they would also then be responsible for the capital project management or anything coming out of Love Where You Live or the parks plan that should be led by a landscape architect. And I make that distinction because a lot of what comes out of the neighborhood plans, as y'all know, are things like mobility, transportation projects are a big one. So this team, just because it was identified or the source of the project was a neighborhood plan, doesn't mean this team is going to manage it, because those projects need to be managed by an engineer. So they will go to our mobility team and be managed in engineering under this proposal. But so it's not really about where the project generates, it's about what type of project it is. So if it is an open space or a park project, this is where it would belong. This would also be responsible, again, for not just our neighborhood plans, but all sorts of long-range, long-term planning for the community. And right now, we just honestly just don't have, we don't have a spot for that. So, Aaron does a lot of that. And one thing that I really want us to do, if possible, is to be more consistent with how we're assigning out our projects so that they're assigned to an appropriate project manager who then shepherds that through with the, again, kind of, if you'll vision back to the pod structure, you know, there doesn't mean that project manager is working in a silo. In fact, the opposite. They're gonna work with that whole team, but the project manager that's their job to make sure it stays on budget, stays on schedule, stays on task, and brings in the appropriate stakeholders and project owners at the right times. This team will really help get to that. So, you know, again, I really am trying not to have projects be managed here, there, and everywhere, but really provide some consistency with how we do that. So it would build over time. Initially, like for example, you see there's no administrative support. So I would have this department, this would be a direct report to Erin, and she'd really incubate it at first, because again, this has really been the area that she's focused a lot in. So our office would provide the administrative support, you know, for a long time.
What's the dash line?
The dash line means that it's an existing position, but moving from a different department. So like this position is in parks right now, this project manager. But they'll do the same work. They'll still be a parks project manager. They just will work in the places and spaces. And they'll also do, you know, I think I saw Nancy leave, but like Nancy is a project manager for a signage project. We just don't need our department heads being project managers. They should not, her background's not in project man, that's not what she does. Plus she needs to be focusing on something else. It's just, we don't have a place right now.
Yeah.
So that is that proposal. Neighborhood services. So again, this is housing and community development. I've just never, felt like that name really captured fully what this team does, and it feels confusing when we say, in my opinion, when we say development, but they're really not. You know, that gets confusing to the public, I think, with, well, how does that relate to development services? And that's not really what this team is about. So here we would have, again, a few retitled and classes, but new positions would be focused here. And then we're on places and space. Let me focus here. So this is Belinda, our neighborhood navigator, I think is her current title. So the proposal would be for her to have two program coordinators that would help to really help us develop relationships into our neighborhoods. She does a great job with that right now. So she's just a one-woman show. And so I think that we really could see some great impacts if we were able to put some more resources to that. And certainly the heart of this is in helping develop coalitions, not homeowners associations, right? Because that's really up to a neighborhood of whether they would want to do it. So not like a regulatory body, but just organizations that help foster community connectiveness. And yeah, I think so. You're very familiar with this concept. I think you started the first one that we have in Crestview. So certainly this team would help us as we continue to build out neighborhood plans, especially our neighborhood plans typically are occurring in neighborhoods without HOAs, right? So this helps provide that framework. But beyond that, I think what I would encourage us to think about is to have these positions also really help foster relationships with HOAs. So not just the coalitions that we form in the absence of HOAs or where the neighborhood doesn't want that, but if there's an existing HOA, which is going to be largely in many of our newer communities, but I think that, that it would be great. I know y'all have a lot on your plate, but I think it would be great if, like, say, once a year, you know, we organized where the city came to, at least once a year, we offered to go to every HOA meeting and give an update and have the council member who represents that area, you know, with us, and this team could help build that program out if we wanted to do that. And then grants. So this is, this was one of my Sherry, what did you say the cut rounds are? You told me I was on my my EPOC. This was on my she taught me that word. I still don't know what it means. This is my third or fourth round of making cuts. So believe it or not, there was more before. No program manager here. So Brittany would be the program manager, but this would give her an additional grant coordinator, so we could have a coordinator focused on outgoing grants, because as you all recall, we do administer several grant programs for both nonprofit organizations, but also just our general residential and commercial businesses, and then incoming grants, which I think if we had some additional focus there, we could even potentially see more opportunities for grant resources. And then last over here, which is really, this is probably really at least partially in the public safety side, but while we're here, I'll talk about this really quickly. This would be the team that really provided support services for those accessing services really from the whole department, but in particular those who might be experiencing homelessness or having mental health or substance use disorder treatment needs. So right now we have one case manager and one landlord engagement coordinator. This is Mary McGlory. She really is does a great job of working to develop landlord relationships, so that when we're bringing people out of treatment and they're ready for permanent housing, we have a landlord who is ready to accept the rental assistance, has the quality of housing that the program requires, and is really working in partnership with us, because as y'all heard from Nancy and Jeff's presentation the other night, it's not just about getting a roof over someone's head. They need those supportive services to bring them along. So having a landlord who understands that and is voluntarily in that process is important. So she works to develop those relationships. So we're recommending one more case manager, because this is just an overwhelming amount of work for one person. And then again, a program manager position to help oversee this. So this is the intake of, hey, there are 5 or 6 or however many folks in an encampment. We get them into case coordination, and we get them into our system with our partner agencies who provide services. And some of those services might be provided by, we do provide some direct services, but most of what we do is in partnership with nonprofits. District services, again, this is my suggestion for an updated name to Transform Temple. Again, Transform Temple is very niche, and it is maybe not the best descriptive to the community on what the department does. So here, this actually, Buford didn't ask for this at all, but maybe you're getting it. We don't know. This is the current downtown team. So no changes really here other than some titles. So this is the program that's funded by the reinvestment zone. It is, these are a day team and an evening team, really tasked with extra eye and an extra level of detailed maintenance and care for downtown Temple. So that really no changes to that program. What you do have though is a recommendation for a new program that would build on the elements of what we're doing in downtown, but really shape that in a bit of a different way. So this proposal is based on well, let me back up. The idea when we formed Transform Temple was to have a team that paid special care to the built environment, in particularly in downtown, and was more concerned with getting something done than who got it done. So not so much worried about, could we maybe, use the code compliance process to get that business owner? If there was some gray area, if there were some, literal weeds growing in the sidewalk, yes, maybe the ordinance says that the property owner is supposed to take care of the sidewalk adjacent to their business, but it's growing in the sidewalk. It's making the community, that downtown in particular, not as attractive, not feeling as safe because it feels like it's abandoned in some ways. So really focusing on getting the job done and worrying again more about getting it done quickly, and not really who should do what. And so the idea for me is to take kind of the heart of that to the rest of our city. So Buford's team does, as y'all know, he is responsible for code compliance. And so we do have a program, under-resourced as it is, we do have a program that is responsible for looking to make sure that private property is within the requirements of our ordinances, in particular our health and safety related nuisance codes. But what we really don't have right now is a particular function where we are actively inspecting ourselves, our responsibility. So the public realm of infrastructure, and that could be a number of things. It could be there's trash in the right of way. There's weeds growing, in a sidewalk. There's a light that's not working. There's a tree down in. Is it in the right of way? Is it on some, is it in a gray area? There's a lot that we rely on primarily residents to alert us to. And so, sometimes something can go a long time without getting addressed because there's really no proactive system that we have in place to actually go look at what we are responsible for and make sure that that's getting done by somebody. So this team would take that role as their goal. What I would recommend here is that we operate in districts. I was going to change it to District A, B, C, and D because it is not council districts per se. It is going to be close, I think, because what I would recommend just off the, without any detailed study of it, is that you would use I-35 as your boundary between east and west, and that you would use Adams as your boundary between north and south on the west side of Adams, but you would use the loop on the east side of Adams. And so that is going to largely follow council lines. But it won't. I mean, Mike crosses over into Bird Creek. Jessica and Mike share, different territory north and south of Adams. Jessica comes in to the other side of I-35. And so it's not cleanly based on council districts, but it would give us an opportunity to manage by clear geography. And so that district coordinator would be responsible for the service. He or she would be responsible for really taking a look at what we own or what we are responsible for in those areas, and to help facilitate that work getting done. So that can happen in two ways, at least in my mind. And again, I'll go back to it if you want me to. Also, no, we're beyond the time we committed to today. So think back to customer care, and you may have actually, they just go back there instead of asking you to imagine it. I can get my words out because it is so beautiful. I know you want to see it again. So you've got the resident request coming in, and then this is what we didn't really talk about when we were on this slide because we hadn't introduced this concept yet. But these district service coordinators would then work through the customer care. And my vision for this is they would work through customer care to say, okay, there is a pothole that needs to be addressed. There is a tree that needs to be addressed. There is you know, a sign, a light, a sign, you know, an area that hasn't been mowed, whatever that might be. Again, the idea is not to create you know, many street departments or solid waste departments inside of this team. They would work through the system to provide those needs, and then those needs can flow through and get prioritized with the other requests that are coming in from residents and the work that's being generated by the department to get assigned out. That it would all be going through the same system so we can continue to have clear line of sight on what's needing to be done and again, going back to after having created those service level plans, then you know if it is a certain type of service request, you have clarity on what to expect in terms of when that will be completed based on how that particular department is resourced. But I do recommend that we consider some rapid response teams is what I'm calling them. So while again, this isn't intended to develop out any mini departments underneath it, but if there is something that's quick and easy or something that doesn't, or urgent, or doesn't fall neatly in the realm of any one department, that you have some teams that you could deploy in response to service needs within the district. Additional code compliance officers. And then here's I think maybe the first example we have seen of that service delivery support team that would interface with customer care. So that's built out, that's recommended to be built out in each operating department. And for the most part, the positions are there. We just need to reimagine how we're deploying them. Okay, so that is 2 down. I have 1 more to go, Mayor, before I would like to call it quits for today and reconvene.
Okay.
Do you want another break, or do you want to roll through with smart growth?
I'm fine.
Everybody good?
Come and go as they need to, they need restroom break.
Everybody good? All right.
Brandon, before you
Yes,
go, can I ask one question? A lot to absorb, but
Yes, sir.
on one of your earlier slides, your city manager's office of economic development. How does that?
We actually are going to talk about that in smart growth, if
Oh, good.
you don't mind reserving that
No,
question, and then
thank
if
you.
I didn't cover what you wanted to ask.
Yeah.
Okay,
Thank
great,
you.
yes. Okay, so our first goal within smart growth is infrastructure, systems, and equipment that support exceptional services and safe smart growth. So there are a few different categories under smart growth. The first commitment is related to developing, constructing, and maintaining mobility systems. So whether that's streets or sidewalks or trails or air, any variety of transit, any variety of mobility systems. So there's 2 parts to that. The design and construct and build is the capital part, and then the maintain is the operation part. So I'm going to start with capital here just for a little perspective. So again, we talked earlier today about capital being a big focus, for us, historically over the last several years. And, you know, the fact that that's not necessarily waning, that those needs are not necessarily waning, so we still have to balance that significant capital needs with our significant operational needs. So in mobility, we have $187 million of projects identified. So this is from 26 to 2031, not what we are already working on. So the first slide I have here is all projects that are recommended in our capital plan, and these projects are the source of these is really our neighborhood plan. So again, back to that idea of the source of it is it is important that it's a neighborhood plan. Doesn't mean that the Love Where You Live team will manage that project. If it's a roadway project, it belongs over here with engineering. And there is quite a few of those that are coming out of the neighborhood plans for consideration. So Henderson is not a full construction budget here. This is really just recognizing that this area is developing. It's an existing neighborhood that's seeing some redevelopment. And so from time to time, we may have an opportunity for a strategic right-of-way acquisition. If we know someone, you know, is about to build on an empty lot or something like that, we can get that sooner rather than later. So we do not, I was not able to show you a fully funded project here, but I felt it important to show you funding where we could at least not miss the opportunity to make those connections by missing a strategic right-of-way purchase. So that project is only right-of-way and not the whole thing, just as we have opportunities. The other projects that are on this list are all through construction. So there's Salisbury sidewalks, Fifth Street improvements, Rin Road extension, Barton Avenue sidewalks, Avenue D improvements, Nugent Avenue improvements, 14th Street improvements, North 3rd Street sidewalks, and intersection improvements at MLK and Avenue M. So I also wanted to point out that, it's Mayor, I know you had a question or two. These projects, or these two, Avenue C and 24th Street, which are also, these are both from the Ferguson Park neighborhood plan. These are both shown in the RZ's plan for funding. So I show them on the screen. These aren't in that $187 million. They're in RZ's 265. Veterans is kind of a mixed bag. It's mostly grant funded, and then a small portion coming from this number is part of that 187, and then some RZ money. So it's the project's actually shown in the RZ plan, but most of it's grant funded. A little bit's coming from TCIP, and then some of it's coming from increment as well. So that number is just what's coming from TCIP. It's not the whole project. Moving to growth related projects. So some big numbers here. Partridge Bluff improvements. So this is south of 93. So north of 93 to Waters Dairy is already funded, already designed, and will let for construction soon. So this we already have design funding for south of 93, but this is the construction funding to city limits. Little River Road, I've got 3 projects here. We already did phase 1 with Barnhart, which was Barnhart to Blackland. Phase 2 is Loop 363 to Barnhart, and then you've got Blackland to FM 93. You can see the price tag on that. And then the last phase, which is FM 93 to city limit, I'm not able to show is funded. I show that as having preliminary design funding. Spur 93 improvements is the new collector road associated with the proposed new elementary school for TISD. Lake Point Drive extension runs behind Belton, Lake Belton High School
North Belton,
and North Belton.
North Belton Middle School.
Is it a middle school? I was thinking it was High Point Elementary. And then Georgetown Railroad Trail, Phase 2, which is 31st Street through the historic bridge.
That's right. Lake Point's going, it's east of P Ridge, correct? But behind,
It's where,
behind North Belton Middle School and Tarver Elementary,
no,
not,
it's,
or the
it's
high
where,
school going across the other side.
it's where Lake Point is, stops at 317 right now. And so it would extend it to the west, so west of 317 to connect to eventual Kleinite Grove. It would be just north of Windmill Farms neighborhood. It would connect into those streets like
Starlight.
I was
Well, it's
gonna
kinda-
say
is it gonna
Dust.
see some houses there?
No, there were, well, yes, we have acquired, there's 3 properties that were affected. We acquired those a few years ago, but none of the houses in Windmill Farms. It's right north of, Matus Construction.
Yeah.
There were a few properties,
Those
so
are
those,
going-
so those were affected. And then otherwise it's on BISD property.
So it's kind of turning back up to Starlight
It is.
instead of going through the house.
Yes, sir.
Can you go back one?
Yes.
The Georgetown Railroad Trail. Any of that grant fund,
It is.
how much?
That is,
1.2, is that the city's, what's left after the grant?
I think so. Yes,
Okay, so that's still a city cost.
it is.
Okay.
That's the phase that has the restoration of the historic bridge in it, which is a pretty big number.
Yeah.
So, you know, I guess it is possible we could break that out into separate phase if necessary, but, that's why it's a little bit larger.
Is that bridge a safety issue? If
I-
it weren't,
I am not aware of any. Do I have any wood to knock on? I am not aware of any structural concerns.
Okay.
That's not wood.
Hey, Brent,
Yes, sir.
when, Patrick Sparks, structural engineer who specializes work ready for the state. But he evaluated it, I guess, almost 5 years ago, but 5 years ago, it was structurally sound.
not the same guy that, evaluated 24th Street. Bridge.
No. Not a historic.
Um, Sorry. No, that was actually gonna ask you the next.
Oh.
I read an article about cities moving away from, when possible, away from signalized intersections to roundabouts because of lower maintenance, lower initial costs, etc. So I don't know, in my estimation, it seems like people are more open to roundabouts. What I mean by that is I'm hearing less complaints.
Yeah.
But is that something that could, you know, maybe be considered to be a policy going forward, that it's possible to put in a roundabout versus signalization, et cetera? And is that being considered here?
We can certainly look at that. I mean, we do on a case by case basis. We don't have a policy
Yeah.
around it, but, you know, I think we're generally,
Case by case is enough.
we like, we think roundabouts have a good place and,
Yeah.
and they're, you know, for example, the intersection improvements at MLK and Avenue M, that's very likely to be a roundabout. So I think there's a roundabout in Nugent, is there? Yes, Nugent.
Yeah.
So there are, I mean, we employ them when we feel like they make sense.
Yep.
These signal improvements, though, I would say that, I mean, not necessarily exclusively, but probably close to exclusively, we're talking here about existing infrastructure
Yeah.
that has reached a capacity where signals are becoming necessary.
Yeah.
And it would not be, it would be much, much more expensive and disruptive to, or not possible.
No, and I understand that roundabouts, you know, they work where they work, they're not for every situation, but, you know, earlier you were talking about data, right? How we want to make decisions that are data driven. It would be interesting to know what, on average, the maintenance cost per year is on a signalized intersection.
Okay,
I mean, I think that would be relevant data.
if you fund me a data analyst, I will tell you what that is.
Oh, no, don't give me that.
Okay.
If you'll just approve. one-
Just one little thing.
Phase.
I'm sure that Tracy can help me with that number.
Yes.
That'd just be interesting to know.
Brendan, are you fixing to move this slide or are you fixing to talk about it?
I was gonna talk about it.
Okay.
So on reconstruction projects, Midway is a big one. You all just approved the first phase of preliminary design or approved preliminary design, the first phase of design for this project. But because of the soil conditions and just the length of the road, it is gonna be a significant project for us.
Is that all the way to till it turns into Thornton or what is?
It is
that?
through, yeah, it is through the intersection of Thornton, I believe, because is that where that, I kind of get
I
myself
think it turns to
confused.
Thornton where you can go right on Hickory at that red light. I think that's where it turns. To.
And the fire station is,
Yes.
that's where it goes to. Whether that's Thornton or not, that's where it goes to
To the interstate.
Yeah, the,
to that light. To the
No,
light,
sorry, I'm talking about going the other way.
From the
oh, from the
interstate
interstate, yes,
to-
uh-huh.
To the
To
interstate.
that light at.
Now, we did have some, we did a little bit of a deep dive on plans for interstate construction, and so we identified that we may need to tweak that scope a little bit, because there's really two connections that Midway, I don't think it's really Midway anymore, but you know, you turn, if you're at that light on Midway and you turn left, you get to the loop, but also if you just go straight, you get to the loop. I think we probably need to look at both, make sure we're at least coordinating with TxDOT on how those connections are gonna happen, so we may need to expand the scope a little bit.
Well, I was also just some driving the other day and thinking it's the immediate need. Once you get past Bonham, it's going towards Thornton is not horrible. It's over and down the hill back to the end.
yeah, it's in
It's an immediate need.
Thornton there, or even the
Bonham.
bottom area.
Bonham and down the hill to the.
I was thinking
Battle.
our contract with Casper or KPA, when I was reading that the other day, I was thinking it took it all the way to Oakdale. In terms of the contract with KPA.
It's, I feel like that might be the road. It's the intersection where if you, there's a gas station and then there's the old fire station.
Yeah, that's Oakdale.
Okay, it's Oakdale.
Oh, it's all the way to there.
That's the intersection.
yeah.
I'm not sure what the name of the street is.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
sorry.
Oakdale.
It is
That's
Oakdale.
Oakdale
Oakdale?
Church.
Okay, yes,
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
It's 57th north of the loop.
Yeah.
South.
And we don't necessarily have to I mean, I don't think this will probably be a all one phase project anyways, but we'll learn more about what our options are in preliminary design. And it may not be that you per se need to construct the whole thing. But because one of the things we're looking at is the capacity needs there, you know, whether it is the right number of lanes, or if we can, you know, does it need to be a center turn lane all the way through? We need to go to that, because it's gonna be expensive, that pavement section, so, I think it's prudent for us to look at the whole scope in preliminary design,
And that's this number.
which,
Or that's
well, that's what you awarded,
estimated.
is the 30% design for the whole scope.
29 million.
This number is for to
That's-
Oakdale,
That's the whole.
a swag, yeah. I don't know, it's probably more than a swag, but it's not, you know, we don't have the benefit of the
Yeah.
soil
Oh, yeah, I know
conditions, I
it's
mean,
not.
yeah.
I know that's anywhere near that.
So as we get more data back from the preliminary design, we can refine the scope and the cost expectations, but, I felt it important to propose funding for this project because it's been one that hasn't been addressed. quite some time. Case Road is another road that needs reconstruction, and then what I'm recommending that's a little bit, not a little bit, it's new this year, it's different than what you've seen before. You've seen this before, we have had 2,500, 2.5 million rather, allocation each year for mill and overlay in our TCIP program, so that doesn't change. But what I did propose adding this year is a similar allocation, but dedicated to roads that are beyond the ability to be helped by mill and overlay and need to be reconstructed. So, you know, there are roads in several of our neighborhoods that are like this. Ferguson Park is one of them. Barnhart neighborhood is another one. You know, this would be a funding source for something like Friendship Lane so we would be able to identify what roads, what one or more roads we could reconstruct based on that allocation.
So we were doing, what is $750 a year? Up to $2.25 million, is that right? For the street
That's-
maintenance, or is that
that-
a different fund?
That's, I think what you're thinking of is in the pavement maintenance, that's in maintenance and operation.
Yes.
This is in bond, because mill and overlays last 20-30 years,
I'll just say this is in what?
the bond program.
Oh,
So this is capital
Yeah,
versus what we weren't doing. So we've been doing this for a while.
yeah, okay.
What we weren't doing was any
Regular maintenance.
regular
Got
maintenance.
it.
So that's that's what we built up over time because
Yeah.
it was in
it.
operations, yeah.
Okay. The numbers are similar, so.
They are, yes. So that's, amazingly, that's $187 million, just like that. Smart growth utilities is 265 million. A few, projects related to water production. We have, recommended the first phase of our ASR project. A second expansion to our membrane treatment plant, which would give us 8 million gallons more of treatment capacity. Rehab to the clarifier number 4 at the conventional water treatment plant, and rehab to the pipes at the Avenue G ground storage facility. Avenue G ground storage, Mayor, you'll remember this story, is the tanks that Mr. Morris told us that he painted targets on.
I thought that was the Avenue H.
Well,
It's real close.
that's what it is.
Out back behind that big prominent one. Right there on the corner.
This is underground ground storage.
That's
Yeah,
what
it's
you're
on.
thinking.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then,
Those are both still in use.
oh, they're very
Obviously, I
important.
mean, here-
They're very
Yeah.
important.
Yeah.
That's a neat story.
The Rufus Valley.
Oh, good. Well, if it rains, we just get more water stored. No?
Hopefully not.
Okay.
They did the church.
Looking for the silver line.
We got a screen on top.
You keep
I
birds
think-
off of it.
I think that there's an agenda item next Thursday related to that. So we bring you good news of structural issues. You know, if you don't look, you don't know. That's the problem. So elevated storage tanks, one new one, which is at Barnhart and Little River. And then the rest are part of our routine rehab program where every roughly 10 years or so, tank is a candidate for a rehab. So we have West Park, Nugent, and then the backwash EST at the water treatment plant, Airport Road, and then Range Road are scheduled up next.
Is Range Road the one that needs the pump station?
It is West Park and Colton is looking into opportunities for bypassing, Kitten, I'm making words up. You gotta help me. This is the elevated storage tank that we're gonna have some issues with because we don't have the McLean pump station to take it offline. And he was gonna look at options to do something,
Bypass.
something to connect, something that would
Bypass.
do something.
I actually get all that. I
Okay,
see that.
great.
But-
So we have that is the one that is, it's not Range Road, it's West Park, I believe. But it is the one that we will have some challenges with, but we think we have some ideas of how we could overcome that.
Who's paying for that?
The elevated storage tank,
General fund? No, the bypass.
oh, it would just be part of the project. That would be the utility fund.
So, you know, city.
I don't, it's not a construction. It's just how we operated at the time.
Okay.
That's my understanding. And Kitten didn't tell me I was wrong, so he might be too polite. Mike, don't look too close, cause this might actually be a sewer line instead of a water line that they're fixing. But, see, now you look too close.
It's a water line.
Okay.
I assume he's got a wrench in his hand or else.
So water lines, that are within the plan, some pretty significant, rehab to the Temple Heights area. Both water and wastewater actually in that area. And then northeast loop 363 has, a few 3 phases of, water line investments that are needed over there. Hickory Road, and Thornton water line, North Apache, which we are planning to align with the work on Midway, for the Hickory Road and Thornton. So that we're not disruptive of a newly built road. And then North Apache Drive water line and West Adams, 49th Street water line rehab. And then, Mayor, similar, these are in the, RZ master plan, so these are not in that 265 million. But I did want to show you that there are some pretty significant water related projects that are, in there on their docket.
And I think RZ was like 24%. Right, of the 5.3, whatever that capital improvement number is.
What's that number?
I feel like it might have been a little bit bigger. I can't remember the exact
Yeah.
number, but some,
You know, I was
In the
I was
ballpark,
looking at that
yeah.
graphic or-
and then, for, on the sewer side, some additional phases of the Knob Creek Interceptor. And then Leon, River Trunk Sewer Phase 2 and 3. And some improvements to the Troy lift station. And then, yes, ma'am. Two slides, yes. ma'am. And then West Temple trunk improvements. Little River Trunk Sewer. Phases 2 and 3. Boggy Creek Trunk Sewer. Little Elm Trunk Sewer. Well, I should say sewer, trunk sewer lift station and force main on Boggy Creek and Little Elm. Williamson Creek is just trunk sewer, and then the last one is design only, so not construction or right of way, but just design for South Temple, West Heidenheimer trunk sewer lift
Where-
station and force main.
Where are the West Temple trunk improvements? Places?
That is, Airport Road, I believe, is that project, and so it is, pipe bursting an existing sewer line, and it might be a small section of open cut, but it's in the Airport Road area.
Like first time out there.
It's, coming off like Northgate subdivision is my understanding. And then the flows from that neighborhood flowing into this line needs to be larger.
Oh, it's just upside,
I think so.
it's not because it's bad.
No, it's related to capacity. And then Bird Creek, Knob Creek, Little Elm, and Friars Creek Basin. All four of these, and council will remember, this is part of our ongoing effort to reduce sanitary sewer overflows. You all have made significant investments in the large infrastructure projects and are continuing. You saw Knob Creek on there, so there's still big interceptors to come or that are underway. But this phase of the plan is really about all of the smaller lines that feed into those major trunk systems. So if you're thinking about it in terms of an roadway system, the like the Bird Creek, trunk that we spent so much time and effort on, that's the interstate. Now you've got to do all of the roads that feed into that system. And so we told you that we were going to start with the worst one, and the data has borne that out. So Bird Creek is worse, Knob Creek is second, Little Elm. They are getting lower though, as you can see, they're getting lower. I believe there's two more left after this. Leon and Pepper Creek. Which, hopefully the trend continues of, we did start with the worst ones and moving down. So this is, significant work to rehab lines in these basins that need to be fixed to reduce inflow and infiltration and other issues that cause our sewer overflows.
What was that?
7. Cedar Creek is one though that we don't really have any sewer in right now, so there's only 6 studied that we did.
And just a note to that.
I'm making stuff up and nobody's correcting me, so I'm hoping that it's true.
I have a point to make on or just comment on the total water and wastewater CIP. I don't know if you said that number yet, but over the 6-year plans, $317.5 million. Out of that, 30% of it relates to water improvements, 70% wastewater. And out of the 70% of wastewater improvements, over around 54% is related to the SSES emissions. So over half of it.
It's a very significant. So if you total all of that up, rough numbers, if you look at what the engineering team already has going on, the projects they've already got on their plate, and the ones we just talked about, that's over $1 billion in projects that are just their team, mobility, water, wastewater, utilities, not counting the stuff that Belinda and her team or the Places and Spaces team would manage. So just that engineering services side of things. So
Another B.
Got to the B. I finally got to use it. So engineering, proposing a few things here. I'm going to start here. Project leader, team leader for our engineering team for the delivery side. So the folks that are actually managing the project delivery would have a team leader. You already have 3 project engineers and 1 project manager that would be part of that team. And then in addition, we're proposing a real estate acquisition manager support the right-of-way needs of this. So this position would still continue to work with Kathy and her team. They would provide the legal support for it, but this person would take on the duty of project managing the right-of-way acquisition phase of those projects.
And that's a new position.
That's a new position, and this is a new position. And this, I actually don't think I said this earlier. and I should have. A team leader, in my mind, is a working member of the team. So this would be, while they are providing leadership, they are also directly delivering services.
So player coach.
So they're
Right.
doing what the ones below are doing, they're just also the.
Right, so you see this position across the proposals, they're intended to be a working team member that provides leadership, but also takes on, like in this case, you would see this person likely manage projects directly as well as providing resources to the team. On this side, this is really intended to be built out as a team that would help us focus on planning for capital. So here in particular, Mayor knows this because I've dragged him along for the ride, but we have some significant planning we need to do for water in particular, but water and wastewater really. And so as we really map out how we take the opportunity to integrate groundwater and ASR and future additional opportunities for how we would acquire additional water rights if needed, where those would come from, how we would manage those into our system, we have a our water and wastewater master plan right now is largely a capital plan. And so what we would like to see us moving to is a much more comprehensive plan that, gets us active, up-to-date models, that we're thinking of things comprehensively and holistically. It would still certainly have, the end result would be capital projects, but it would be more than just a list of.
Yeah.
So we feel like having a team dedicated to planning of our work would be beneficial. Also, while we have, just in our cadence, I think the first thing I'll focus on is water, because we have, just finished our mobility master plan in the last couple of years. And right now we've got a heavy need in water. They would also, as that cadence come back along, and a few years from now, we need to update our mobility master plan. That still would be, so they'd be planning transportation and water and wastewater. This team would be responsible for the planning of that. And this team would be responsible for the execution of the projects that are funded out of the planning. Dedicated person for development. So unfortunately, Richard Wilson isn't gonna stay with the city forever. He wants to retire at some point. So he's been able to be really successful in managing both capital and development side. But again, as we grow and we have more development happening and development reviews needed, we really need a dedicated position in that area. It is a pretty high profile service area, lots of opportunities for interaction. So getting the right person that helps us to protect our infrastructure and services, but also helps facilitate smart growth is going to be important. And that's a skill set Richard has. He's very good at that, and so we'll need to be thoughtful as we think what the future holds for us there. And then this is our infrastructure inspection team. These guys are really seasoned and they do great work. I'm a little bit worried about as they start to retire, if we'll need some additional help. Just they as they have been doing it for so long, they're probably pretty efficient at it. And then also just that load of growth that this team is the private, the inspection on the private side. So as we develop, we'll have more pressures on growth. So just in the future, planning for an additional project inspector. Not immediately, but in the future. Mayor, here's what you were thinking about. So so that was capital and the engineering team to manage capital. Now switching gears to the operating side of mobility and utility services. So here's just a reminder that we're building we'll be at, if we stay the course, we'll be at $1 million this year, so that's a good, healthy place to be from zero. Transportation. Mayor, do you feel like I should break here, just pause here for a second, because I know y'all have seen this before, but with Councilmember Kirkendall being new, should I take a beat?
Let's do.
Okay.
Let's do.
A cookie, my favorite thing. I'm good. Did you decide you wanted a yellow person? Maybe let's.
Oh, just a tiny bit. What she says here.
Okay, go back, but that's
what they're trying to sell.
That's nothing. That's what I was doing. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm sorry for
No, you want money? No. Do you think you have? Oh.
Development service.
Well, yeah, we're asking about that very hot.
Exactly.
So.
And I don't, I would.
I told you.
They don't.
But no one's throwing it.
there is no kind of, frontline or middle management level here in this, department. And what I think this would be particularly helpful with is allowing the foremen, who are kind of at this point now splitting they're splitting more between manager duties, they're taking on more management type duties, so they're not in the field as much with the teams as they should be. And then there's just a hole, a gap, I think, in particular, the work that we need to do around pavement assessment and making really good solid plans for what roads we are going to slurry seal coat. Oh, thank you.
We just went to go eat one.
I'll drink both of these. I haven't had a sip today. I'm gonna die.
You're still standing?
I don't know how. So that position would be helpful, to both provide, let the foreman be in the field, providing that frontline supervision for the crews, but also helping to support the overall pavement management program.
Do we still have someone that comes in and grades the roads annually or every 3 years?
We did a one-time contract for that, but what is proposed in the business plan is a consultant services every 3 years, I believe.
Okay.
As well as equipment that we will attach to, say, like our solid waste trucks that will scan the condition, and then the consultant will help us take that data and develop it into a plan. So
And how long ago was that consultant used for the grading?
2019, I think it was one of the first things we did when we
Okay.
did the 2020. 2020. Do you remember, Don? 2020. I want to say 2020. It was one of the first things we did.
In my mind, we were doing that annually or biannually.
Now,
So you asked about the.
when the last time we did the pavement study,
I think 2020.
yeah, I think
Okay,
that's.
right.
So 3-year, I believe, is the recommended cadence going
Okay,
forward.
That makes sense.
And that is that, I don't have a slide for that, but that is reflected in the numbers. These maintenance crews you've seen, they've been in our plan, so not, 90 major changes here. Mayor, signal maintenance tech, to your point about, ongoing needs, of course, these folks don't just manage the lighted intersections, but they also are responsible for school crossings, things like that. The new sign crew, so right now we have one crew of 3 that is responsible for manufacturing and installing every street sign that goes up in Temple, so that is a lot. We're looking to split this into 2, so that one team is responsible for the making of the signs, and the second crew is responsible for the installation of the sign, so we can keep up with the workload a little bit better. A pavement marking crew, we do not have any dedicated resources right now to keeping up our pavement markings, making sure those are in good condition. We do some contracted work, especially with our slurry seal contract that we've been doing through y'all's support, but we don't have routine in-house team doing that, so that's what that team would do. And then when those additional resources come on, we would suggest the foreman to supervise those that area. A pavement repair crew. This was historically in the plan as a patch crew. After this exercise, I'm recommending it as a full depth pavement repair crew. So similar to the one that we have here, that really spends most of their time on utility cuts. So repairing cuts in the road that we've made to repair utilities. This second team would allow us to do more maintenance that's not related to just utility repairs. Concrete crew, so we were able to add the first concrete crew a few years ago. This would provide an additional crew. Just as a reminder, the concrete crew also supports the utility team, does a lot of the repairs based on utility cuts, but having really similar situation here, having a team kind of dedicated to the utility cuts, and then a team that can do more routine maintenance and construction projects would be helpful. An additional street reconstruction crew, that's been in the plan for a bit, so that's no change there. in drainage, we would have an additional mowing crew here. What we need to do in drainage is do, you all approved funding for us to do a cost of service study. I need to get that done, so that's on my plate, so we need to look at what, we really haven't had a rate setting exercise in a while, so we really need to look at this year. Look at what the needs are in the drainage fund, now that we have some capital program needs, and we need to take into consideration operational needs, and then have a discussion in the coming year about what rates we want to set, and that will drive additional investments that can be made in drainage. So right now, I'm just showing this maintenance crew, this mowing crew, but there could be some additional stuff as we work through that together in the coming year. And then here you have the second forestry crew. So again, you recall there was a forestry crew added in parks. This would be the addition in the transportation team that takes care of the trees and vegetation in the right of way. Parks takes care of them in city parks. And then last but not least, the right of way and alley maintenance crew here. So been in the plan for a little bit. Again, setting up that service delivery support area so that they can effectively interface with our customer care team and department resources get deployed effectively. And then I think I missed this one, Mayor. This is, I'm looking forward to getting everybody out, but Mayor got a sneak peek of our traffic management center at the expanded service center. So this would be a position dedicated to really helping maximize that technology. That's the program that we've seen a lot of success with already in the work that we've done in reducing wait times and really having more effective timing at our signals. And so this position would provide that that staffing, full-time staffing, if you will, for that function. In the meantime, our director is certainly seasoned at that and working with contracted resources, but this would give us in-house resources. And then on the utility side, hold on, let me drink some of this beautiful Diet Coke. So this is the example we started with a long time ago. Y'all remember that this morning. So this is what it looks like built out in the bigger department. So I showed you, I think, what are these alignments, but this is how that flows out into the larger department. So these positions here are largely built out, with the exception that we are recommending 2 more foremen that would allow us to split, especially as we continue to add crews in our water and wastewater, distribution and wastewater collection. It's just getting to that span of control issue, and would really help us to be able to have a set of crews focused on being responsive to leaks and urgent needs, and then having a set of crews be able to be more responsive and more proactive and planned in their work. And really, right now, we don't really have this element. We're focusing mostly on being reactive. So this would allow us to build to being more proactive. Same on, so that's on the water side, very similar on the sewer side. We do have 3 more crews remaining in our plan. These are all carrying forward from what you've heard before, so nothing new here. But you've got 2 additional water construction crews, a leak detection crew, 2 sewer construction crews, and 1 I&I, so inflow and infiltration. Basically, when rainwater or stormwater gets into pipes crew. Similar to the parks mowing structure, where we had a few of those crews sharing a crew leader. That's a similar structure here in utility services. A few of these 2-man crews share a single crew leader, so they don't need dedicated crew leaders for each one, but they do need someone to provide some helpful supervision for them. Again, building out that service delivery support program that we've talked about, interfacing with customer care. And then here, adding the capacity to eventually get us to where we could have not a call and leave a message if you have an emergency water leak in the night, but a call and talk to somebody in person. Would like to get there. Environmental Services Program Manager,
Is that part, is that message about the overnight water leaks, is that still going to PD?
no, it's been moved to Utility Services. So we,
Years ago?
yes, sir.
Yeah.
So we did add some resources, so they are able to provide more dedicated staffing there. But it is still after hours, it is still not a live answer. So I think that would be an exceptional level of service if we could get there. And I think we can. And then environmental services is the last area. So this is, everybody stated backflow prevention and assembly testing, as well as fats, oil and grease. And then, we are recommending moving stormwater from, right now it's in engineering, and this is really kind of an environmental program. So putting it with this team, makes sense to me. And then some additional program assistance. These areas are very heavy on paperwork, so having some additional program admin support is helpful there.
This state required paperwork?
It is. Yeah, both of those, all three of those programs are mandated. And this is a current position, but I just pointing out our compliance coordinator also helps us. These are the teams that help ensure the regulations we're required to pass along to our customers are followed. So customers are required to have backflow prevention assemblies testing annually. They're required to do certain levels of service and record keeping related to grease traps, things like that. So this team monitors that. This team would be our stormwater prevention program, which will intensify. I believe it runs on when you exceed 100,000, you have to step up to a different level. And I believe that it runs on a census basis, so it won't intensify for us until 2030. But that's why you see some additional resources towards the end of the plan.
Yeah.
So we can get ready for those additional requirements that we'll be faced with and will be needing to implement into the community because of that population growth. And then this position is our internal, like what we are supposed to comply with directly from ECQ and EPA and other regulators. That position helps keep us going in the right direction there. So water conservation, drought contingency, leak detection, things like that, that we're responsible for complying with. So that's a consolidated program from a couple of different areas into one environmental programs. And then on the water treatment side, so that was the utility side, water treatment. This one's a little complex. It's simple, but it's not at the same time. So right now, really, this side, treatment plants, this is what we have right now to an extent, which is, which is our conventional treatment plant and our membrane treatment plant. So these are the guys and gals who operate and maintain that plant. A few title changes for structural alignment, but the resources additions down here are not proposed until the late part of the plan, like 2030, 2031, because these additional positions are tied, we'll need one per shift. So, we have one on shift for membrane and one on shift for conventional. We'll need a third on shift if we bring on the ASR system. So if we bring on the ASR system to inject reclaimed water, we will need an additional operator on each of our 6 shifts. So that'll be 6 positions tied not to production of groundwater, but to injection of reclaimed water. That's when those positions will trigger. maintenance, groundwater team. So again, triggers by our not as closely tied to the injection of reclaimed water, but more tied to just general, the well field will need these positions to maintain the infrastructure that we're developing there.
Raw water.
Groundwater. Yeah, this is groundwater.
Not wrong. Yes,
It depends.
it is. I think of groundwater, it's what's sitting there in the ground now
Yes.
Okay.
And
versus.
we could treat it though, and then it would be raw water. But it would
Right,
still come from
right.
the ground, and we may do that, and that's something where, that's still to try.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is. Okay, yeah.
I'm gonna skip over here real fast again, some retitling for program consistency. And then here, there's a total of 4 additional positions on our maintenance technicians for what I'm calling our remote infrastructure. So these are our pump stations, our lift stations, things out in, our distribution facilities, not things that are not equipment that's at the plant itself. So on the water side, we have currently 4 positions, 2 really assigned to flushing, 2 techs. As we bring on more ground stations, pump stations, and just that capital we've talked about today, we'll need to add additional positions to maintain that infrastructure, as that we have several additional ground storage and pump stations in the plan. And then everything, all of these positions that are dotted are related to the assumed point that the city of Temple assumes operation of the Temple Belton and the Dozier reclamation plan. So those are all new to the city positions, but they're positions we're just paying for through our contract right now. So they would move from contracted resources to in-house resources. When we met in February, we told you we really felt like we needed to do that this year. When we met with Belton, they weren't as far along in their thinking as we thought they might be. Feel like we need to give them another year for us to work together on that. So we're back to the original recommendation, which is 2027 here.
Are we dragging Belton along in that, or is that something they also see me for?
Is there a third option? I think we need some more communication.
Ah.
I think we had a lot more communication at like Kitten, water, the guys who know what they're doing,
Yeah.
and maybe not enough between Sam and I, for
Got it,
example.
got it.
So we'll do some more work on that this year, and I don't think it'll be an issue. We just need to really be clear about, everybody needs to be comfortable.
Yeah.
So all of those dotted lines are related to that. Down here, 3 positions at Temple Belton and 2 positions at Dozier are really dotted line positions. They're coming over when we transition that. But we believe that once we get the plants and we've got the operation under our belt for a few years, that there's a possibility we'll want to add some additional resources. Again, if you'll recall, part of our conversation around making the transition in-house was just maybe some different philosophy and how proactive to be around certain maintenance issues and needs. And so we could see some opportunities for additional positions. So while 3 of these are transfers, 2 of them are additions that we see a few years after we assume the plant. Let things settle out, see how we are, and then potentially add some positions. Same on the maintenance side, 1 each. Right now, they are operating with 2 at Temple Belton and 2 at Dozier. We think we might need 3 or want 3 to really kind of maintain it at the level that we feel like might be desirable. And then last but not least is this last team is the wastewater infrastructure team, meaning the lift stations. So this is the team that would manage the lift stations. I believe there are two right now, that do all of the lift stations in Temple Belton. And so again, similar with this, we would bring those two on and then, get ourselves, going and then consider some additional positions, especially tying back to those capital projects we just talked about. There were 3 or 4 additional regional lift stations on that list. So if we do indeed add additional regional lift stations, we'll need some additional support there. Okay. So turning gears to solid waste, everyone's favorite topic. So big changes here. Again, kind of looking at where we have gaps in management. We have a gap where we really have just one manager that's responsible for all route types. Really would like to see that break down into residential manager and commercial manager. So again, we have one. We really should have 2, in my opinion, so we can segregate those 2 service areas. On residential collection, I'm gonna skip down here real quick. Again, consistency with that service delivery support that coordinates back with customer care, so that you have that there. We talked about, we've had this rapid response crew in our plan before, but this is a team that would have one of those kind of rear loaders, those old style trash trucks that would be deployed for miscollections, or there's garbage in an alley that needs to be collected or along the side of the road. So instead of sending a full, diverting a resource off their scheduled route, you would have a unit that could kind of target those individual circumstances. So that's that side. And then you've got the operations team, which operates the transfer facility, the recycling transfer facility, and our container maintenance program. So really just some retitling there, nothing major. I've got a couple of more detailed slides I'm gonna pop to here for residential. Okay, so right now, again, looking at management level, leadership level, all of these drivers just report, there is no team leaders. So what we're proposing is to take one of the drivers who right now is considered a swing driver position, meaning that if there's someone who's not available for their normal route, that person fills in. So these are often our more senior leaders, senior drivers. And so what we would like to do is create a position of leadership that the more tenured route operator becomes the team leader. Again, they're a working member of the team, so they'll still provide that swing driver resource. So if there's if one of the frontline drivers is out, they'll still get in the truck and they'll still drive it. But in times when they're not, they can ride along and train new drivers. They can provide day-to-day leadership. And then we still looking to maintain that 3-to-1 ratio between routes and swing drivers. So while this would count as a swing driver and it would be the more senior position and be paid as such, you would still have swing drivers that would help balance that ratio of, for every 3 routes, we need 1 backup driver and backup truck. And they would really probably be at 2 different spectrums, whereas they're both swing drivers. One would be the more senior level, again, providing leadership. These would probably be the more entry level positions. When you're first starting, you get a feel of the whole city, you graduate to a route, and then you graduate from a route if you have the capacity and you want to into a team leader position. So that's across the board here in all of our types. So residential, you have 2 residential garbage teams, 2 residential recycling teams, and 2 brush and bulk teams. And again, just providing that frontline, day-to-day, working leader level. So when you get down into route needs, you have, we have 10 routes as of this month. So what this does is next year, which we already have the truck, so we already ordered the truck, so you would add route number 11. The driver for that truck would come online in 26 would be my recommendation.
We've ordered the truck or the truck is here?
It's here.
That's a different thing we've learned.
We learned so well that we ordered it so long ago and it's here. I think if it's not here, it's here before October.
Yeah.
It should be here.
Yeah.
We course corrected, caught up, took us a while. We're back on track. So 11 would come with the swing driver because that pushes us over to the ratio of needing that route need to keep our 3-to-1 ratio. And then we also need to add at the same time, a recycling route. So that would be recycling route number 8 with the swing driver. So garbage route number 11, recycling route number 8, swing drivers with each position. That would be 2026. And then, I'll say, and it, not today because we don't have time and I didn't prepare for this, but, going back to the conversation about service level plans and the resources to use our data, we do have a data analyst. We have one data analyst. I asked him to work with Tracy and her team and Justin and his team and deep dive into the data and provide us a forecast of how many pickups we needed so that we could have a better feel for what routes that we needed to do. Because, you know, I was, at some point, I'm prepared to like add a route every 6 months. After I've been through this year, right? But what's realistic? What do we really need? How much were we responding to maintenance issues and how much do we need to grow that route? So he did a great level of work and it'd probably be useful for you all to see. So maybe Thursday we could go through that level, but that's how we've arrived at how many routes we're proposing because he did some analysis based on past data and future assumptions, what we would need. So route number 12 also needs a swing driver. Again, garbage routes and recycling routes need to be paired. So when we add a garbage route, we need to add a recycling route. So recycling route 9 with the swing driver. And then the last route in the 6-year plan on the garbage side would be route number 13. That does not need a swing driver because we're still within our ratio there. And then route number 10 on the recycle side likewise doesn't need a swing driver. So 3 total routes in garbage, 3 total routes in recycling, 2 swing driver positions in each, and then the team leaders is the recommendation here.
So there are. 13 routes for garbage and 10 for recycling.
Yes,
Is that right? Reading that right?
that's correct.
So that there's overlap, I guess, on a little bit of some routes.
There, because of utilization of recycling, you can pick up more recycling than you can garbage. So we can do more with one route than we can with garbage. So we need the same ratio, but we don't need the same number of routes.
But the routes won't correspond to each other then, they'll be the regular routes will be different areas than the recycle routes, I guess. Slightly at least.
Recycle routes are larger
cover a larger area each. Because they can pick up more addresses because a lot of people don't put the can out. It's what it's called. So there's a lot of houses that they drive by that don't have a recycling.
So it's not necessarily weight or volume as much as it is. maybe
Stops and
residents that
pitch.
simply aren't recycling or recycling every second or third week or.
Right, right. Maybe somebody's only putting their can out every other week.
Yeah.
For recycling, they're putting their garbage can out. Pretty well everybody. puts
Every
their
week.
Garbage can out.
Right.
So for like the area of Monday routes. For garbage, that will be split into a larger number of smaller subs. Than for recycling.
Makes sense.
But from a customer facing perspective, they have the same collection day. So they don't see that back end management.
Brenda, the
Yes, sir.
regular collections teams, we've got adding head count to all of them, whether it be residential garbage or recycling, but on brush and bulk, we don't forecast that we'll have to add any head count.
At this point, what our recommendation is, we added a truck and driver this year that we're in.
Okay.
Our recommendation is to implement the new program that you were briefed on and voted on at first reading. Let that stabilize, let us understand how quickly we can get to folk, what that data shows in terms of if you can call for a pickup and you can get it that week, then, we monitor that, and as we need to add, we should be able to, it is my opinion that we should be able to pick up. We should be able to meet the service level expectation with that new program, with these trucks, if these trucks are running. And the other thing is that that we may want to do is just like we're doing right now, is plan for some surge contract, so if you need it 2 or 3 times a year, but you don't need it year round, then, maybe we have a contract with outside partner that comes and takes some of those. If we're finding that the wait time is only unacceptable 2 or 3, weeks out of the year, then we could perhaps manage that in a way that doesn't mean adding another truck driver and what that entails. So, I think I'm not proposing anything right now. I think we watch that really closely, as we roll that service out.
Yeah.
We will be watching it really closely, and, we will be able to provide better data in terms of this is what it is. Are we happy with that service level, or do we need to add resources to tweak it?
Thank you.
Similar really on the roll off side, I've pulled off any recommendations for any additional routes on roll off as we are, kind of changing policy direction on allowing private companies to provide roll off service. So we've got the teams in place that we have, but I'm not proposing. I think we can manage with what we have on the ground at this time. But on the commercial side, on the route collection side, there are 3 total commercial routes proposed as well. One would be this year would be a side load. We only have 1 side load route right now, and particularly in West Temple, a lot of those new commercial developments are using side load containers. So we're getting to the point where we need another side load route, and then and that would also need to have a swing driver to keep that ratio. And then routes number 10 and 11, right now I'm showing 10 as a front load with a swing driver and 11 as a side load. But what we will do is watch development patterns, and what we'll need to understand just before we make the decision on which truck to purchase is, are we seeing more demand generation for side load or front load? And so we will hopefully be able to collect and analyze that data and make smart decisions on which one we can invest in. I feel certain we need a side load in 26. I feel less certain what we need next. So I know we'll need one, but I don't know what type. So again, 3 garbage routes, 3 recycle routes, 3 commercial routes. And then the other big piece of the puzzle for solid waste fleet services. All right. Lots of changes here. So biggest change, we are proposing a second shift for maintenance. I think this is a really critical thing for us to do, so I hope you agree. This would allow us to bring on an after hours team so that when our trucks are not needing to be in service, think solid waste trucks, that those can be maintained at night and they can be back and ready for business the next day. So proposing an additional foreman to supervise that night team, or team leader rather, and then a total of 9 additional mechanics.
Big question. Are they available? Are they out there?
We we're gonna be very strategic about making sure that we're not penny wise and pound foolish, or the other way around, whatever way that saying goes. That we don't say, hey, we have to set the rate at, whatever dollar, and so we end up paying $500,000 in contracted repairs because we didn't want to pay an extra $2,000 a year to get the right person. So we're gonna be very smart about that. We're also proposing kind of I don't know if you would properly call it a career ladder, but really an opportunity to increase in specialization, with the goal that we are able to go, at least initially, go and what will be again, I think we need to be smart about what we're paying so that we can get this done, but go get some folks that are experienced in it's not just fixing a big truck. It's this hydraulic systems. It's the on the fire truck side, you have to have emergency vehicle certification. You have to be able to repair all of these electronics that are just more than just your diesel engine. So we're proposing those specialty positions alongside the diesel. So maybe, if you're a newer, less experienced, you come in as a diesel mechanic. I'm not saying that you don't have any experience, but you've not worked on maybe solid waste trucks before. And we can hopefully get some people that are very experienced, and they can help train our team, and they can help them progress. So a combination of going out to recruit for those services, for those folks that already have those experience and certifications and knowledge, and then growing that capacity inside as well. So a two-pronged approach.
Probably kind of directly answering that question. They're not easy to find.
Right.
But they do exist. So we want to be really strategic about finding the right person to fill those roles, so that we're less reliant on outside help and more capable of internally being able to take care of it.
It'd be interesting to see a peer city comparison, like we've done with police and fire. Because, I think once we realize,
That's not the problem, though. We have that.
okay,
The problem is on mechanics, we're not really competing with other cities. We're competing with all the private sector,
Yeah.
and they don't readily share their
Right.
salaries. So,
and there's a profit motive.
yes, yeah.
Yeah,
But again, is it correct in saying penny wise and pound foolish, or is it the other way around? Okay.
I was
So-
stepping over $1, pick up a nickel.
Yeah, so just being careful that we don't get so focused on, that position, if we
no, I
need to
agree.
pay a little bit more. And in the grand scheme of things, it pencils out, then we need to do that thing.
Share
Well,
again,
but that gag it, or no, swallow a pie and gag it in half.
Ew.
Anyway, I'm sorry.
I think. Wow. So,
Poor kids.
how many square feet did you say is in the repair bay area versus the number of techs that are there? 200,000 feet, the 3 techs, or
Oh, you know, I'm sorry. Oh, are you talking about facilities? Or
is that facilities, or is that,
the 600, that was facilities, 600
Okay,
square feet.
okay,
Yeah, we do have enough bays for all these people.
Yeah.
If we split them into 2 teams. And that's not the reason we're splitting them into 2 teams, but it's not certainly helpful, because otherwise we don't have enough bays for these folks.
okay.
And the other big piece that we capture with that is that one thing we find challenging to do right now is to down, say, a solid, if you're already real tight on your solid waste trucks, it's hard to down an existing truck to go get the oil change, transmission flush, you know, all that kind of stuff that you need to do to keep it running day in and day out. You really have to do that when it's not in service. So going to an evening shift, that allows you to take care of a lot of the preventative maintenance that we really need to be doing, and that's gonna keep them on the road longer. It allows that to be done at a different time than when the truck should be operational, day in and day out. So those preventative maintenance items can happen in the evenings. And that way they leave the truck, it's operational, it gets its PM overnight, and then the next morning when they show up, it's operational again. And you're not having to take time out of the day where a driver can't pick something up so they can go get an oil change.
Mayor and I had a meeting last week or week before last with,
That was just last week.
was it this last week? Sorry, I don't know what day it is. With Mr. McLean, Drake McLean, and who, if y'all know anything about Mr. McLean, he owned McLean Food Group, which McLean Company actually, which large part of their business was big trucks delivering distribution of foods and I think tobacco to convenience stores. So, and other outlets as well.
3,000 a day.
3,000 a day. So he's always very kind, very, very, very nice man. And he said, can I talk to you about something you probably don't want to talk about? I said, sure, you know, and it was about solid waste, and, you know, y'all have had some trouble with your trucks, and he mentioned, you know, that what he would recommend, what he did, was have a night and weekend crew, and that, you know, those trucks would go out and do their routes of the day, then they would come, the maintenance team would come and maintain them. He could get something like 95% uptime because he was having them maintained afterwards, after hours, and not relying on when the driver is needing to drive them and the mechanic being on the same shift. So I said, thank you. I did not pay you to say that, but that is this. So, had some other helpful, ideas as well, but I think that is pretty, that's a proposal from our fleet team. I think it's a very strong proposal. I think it's the right thing to do. I think it makes a lot of sense for a lot of our fleet, and will help us to maintain reliability at a better level than we are right now. So that is a significant investment in mechanics, but I think that it will be one that pays off.
Yes.
We're pretty good on the light duty side. You need a team leader and an additional technician, an inventory specialist. And then I want to talk about these 2 areas at a little bit more detail. So asset management program. Right now, this is a one-man show, responsible for really all things related to identifying and acquiring, onboarding new pieces of fleet and equipment. So what we're proposing here is at least a couple of additional positions to provide that program support. One specifically being a fleet share coordinator, so that we can effectively implement a program that allows us to take pieces of vehicles and pieces of equipment that we need, but can be shared amongst departments, and everybody doesn't need their own, and have a system where we can manage that well, deliver the resource to the department when they need it, so they're not feeling like they're going without, but without having a backhoe sitting unused for long periods of time because that department didn't need it right then and another department could have been using. So we have a lot of equipment that we feel like can benefit from a program like this, but you need to actively be able to manage it. Is it time to go home? It is time to go home. Don't turn it off too long, Christina. I will fall asleep. And then the other really big piece of this is an asset coordinator position. So this for me goes back to managing data-driven management and having a position that is really helping to drill down and interface with the data analysts and management teams on the status of our fleet, helping to inform not only repair needs and helping make sure that preventative maintenance gets scheduled when it's needed, but helping to identify when maybe a piece of equipment is underutilized and could be a candidate for the fleet share program, or when a piece of equipment is or a vehicle maybe is being overutilized, and maybe there's something the department could do, like swapping who uses a piece of equipment every just the patterns in which they use them, or noting for opportunities where there's excessive maintenance cost on a particular vehicle, and do we need to flag that for, is it time to consider maybe an early replacement because you're just starting to throw good money after bad, and so on. So that position would be very important in helping us collect the data from our team here, make sure that good data is getting in our fleet system, which is called Faster. Because again, if we don't collect the data, we can't use the data, and we can't use that data to inform our decisions and make sure that we're driving good decisions going forward. So a small but mighty team there. And then last but not least, this is a little bit different because it's an internal service department, but a very similar setup to our external serving departments where we would have a service delivery support team. Right now, we have a single service advisor that interfaces with all of the vehicles coming in for repair. We've got one person who's really responsible for triaging that, writing the work order that's needed for it. And that is just, I think that's probably one of our weaknesses, is not having more dedicated people to work with our departments and help get work scheduled, get it scheduled at an effective time. Does that, especially if we're able to build out this team, does that repair need to happen with the day team, or does that need to happen with the night team, and other does it need to be contracted out, or can we do it in-house? What needs to be done? What else needs to be done while we're addressing an issue? So that team would be again looking at that management pod structure. You have one service advisor for 2 pods and one service advisor for the other 2 pods, and you would split it so that you would have someone who you'd have one that kind of doing the fire and probably health and safety and places and spaces, because you would then want the other one to be focused on smart growth, so you didn't have both service advisors being really heavy on the 2 heaviest fleets, which is on the heavy duty side is fire and solid waste. I think that is it for that program, that department rather. Almost done. Airport, we've already looked at this really when we did just kind of the orientation. So not many changes here. Reclassifying a part-time position to full-time and adding one additional full-time position, which will allow a customer service representative to be on duty at all times that the FBO is open. So that's the goal with that addition. And then last goal that we'll talk about today, and then we'll wrap up and reconvene next week. Is, sorry, I skipped it, a city that supports well-managed growth and development to promote a thriving economy. So, another area that has, a lot of attention, is our development services team. You know, particularly with the surge in permits that has come, related to storm recovery. So, we've done a lot in this area to add resources in the last bit of time, but we are recommending quite a bit more here as well. So, on the permit side, recommending a permit tech team leader, again, working leader of the permit team that would help provide assistance and leadership to these three existing permit tech positions. Same thing on the plan review side, and then an additional plan reviewer. So we've got 3 plan reviewers plus the team leader, again, who is a working plan reviewer, but also a team leader. Same on the building inspection side, having 8 total building inspectors with 2 team leaders, and a service delivery coordinator. Again, this would be the person responsible for helping this team schedule out their work, which is primarily inspections, you know, so it's a little bit different than, say, transportation and solid waste, which are getting a different level of requests from the public. This is a more specific, you're getting a permit, you're calling for an inspection, but still needing that dedicated resource so that we've got work being, if you, for example, have you know, a list of a few hundred inspections that need to be done that day, you've got someone planning out how that can be distributed effectively amongst the team and helping to provide that administrative support on scheduling and closing those inspection work orders. And then I think I talked about this one already, so this might be last but not least, Councilmember Kirkendall. So Temple EDC is obviously, as you all know, is our contracted partner for economic development. So we contract with them to provide marketing for primarily for industrial development, and incentive negotiation support. What I am struggling with, to be honest with you, at the moment, is that the volume of economic development work that we do as a community is it's a good thing, a good problem to have. Not complaining about it, enjoy the work, but it's a pretty high volume. And while TDC does great work and they are very strong team, they do amazing work at marketing the community and bringing opportunities for us. We still have a responsibility to then take those opportunities and move them through move them to successful contracts. So we still have the responsibility to manage through economic development agreements, water and wastewater agreements, tax abatement agreements. And right now we don't have any dedicated, we have nobody. So I do it, David does it, Kathy does it, Tracy does it. We all spend a lot of time doing, Aaron does it, especially on the TRC side. We spend a lot of time doing that. And again, I'm not complaining about it, but there is, I think, an opportunity for us to be more effective if we had and understand this is not a replacement of TDC. Yeah. Nothing like that is not the intention. It's really to provide that level of once the project has come from TDC and it is handed to us, that we have that dedicated team member who would be able to help us get that project through to completion. Right now we have 4 or 5 very, very active projects all at the same time. And so there's a lot of volume. The other thing that I would say is that, again, TDC is primarily focused on industry, on industrial recruitment. And so what what we don't have, really a program for at the moment is, really, anything small business, development related. Which in our current business plan, you all know we have a business navigator position. So if we created this office, I would recommend that that position, which I've retitled to a coordinator position, would move to that team. So that position is intended to take businesses that are, and it really could, I think in my ideal world, eventually I would like to have two, where one could focus on more startup or small businesses that might not have complexity of projects, but they're relatively new to the process and may need a lot more hand holding through the development process and through getting open in Temple, versus a very large project, which probably has the experience to get through the project, but it is incredibly complex, high profile, one we're incentivizing, also probably needs some hand holding through the process for perhaps different reasons, but able to expedite, a permit expediter, if you will, helping to just ensure that both ends of the spectrum, very large, but also smaller projects that just need some more one-on-one attention, don't get lost in the fray. We also don't really have a very aggressive retail recruitment. TEDC does to an extent, but not, again, their main focus is on industry and primary job creation. So if we desire to see a more robust kind of involvement from the city of Temple in small business development, either standalone or in partnership with, say, the chamber, in the way that we partner with TDC for larger, industrial development, then, perhaps there's some partnership opportunities with the chamber and other organization for smaller business development. But then just the focus here is on that part of the work that, again, absolutely no message about TDC not being great. Just there's a great part of the work that is still left for city staff to take on, and we don't have any really resources for that at the moment. So I didn't know if you had a specific
No,
question,
thank
but
you.
that was the
That
idea
makes-
behind that.
That makes perfect sense. Thank you.
What year is that position?
27,
27.
and then this one is sometime later, and I don't recall the year, but it's Jennifer can tell you, I really wanted that position like right now, because 4 or 5 projects is. But she said you could probably get through those. I can. I can do it.
Thanks.
I can do it.
So 27 is the Office of Economic Development, and then
Yes.
later would be the coordinator.
Yes. I'm sorry, I don't recall it
That's
might,
fine.
it might be on our cheat sheet here.
You were talking about the span of 6 years. Just didn't know where it fell.
I can tell you. 2030, man.
For the
The
coordinator.
coordinator. And my idea there is, even though this position has been on kind of the chart for longer, this position could take on those responsibilities that we were hoping to see the navigator. And then as that grew, they could then bring on a coordinator to help with that and other parts of the economic development process. And again, it's also not there, one thing that we pride ourselves on, and I think we should pride ourselves on, and we should double down and continue to have the product to be able to point to, is that we are not all sales and no service. So it's not just about closing the deal, but it's also about being a good partner once that company is here working with. So, there's any number of issues that come up after y'all have approved and we've signed an economic development deal during construction, but then forever, really, there's always opportunities for us to make sure that what we tell people when they sit around the table and we say Temple is a great place to bring your business and invest and create jobs, because we're going to be good partners with you. We want to be able to fulfill that. So having a resource would be helpful in, again, I think we do a good job on that, but it is a divide and conquer, scenario for us at this moment.
Good
And
sales,
sometimes more
good
conquer
sales.
than divide.
good service brings more sales too.
That's true. And it really, we see that happen. The more that I have the opportunity to be involved in economic development, the more that I have witnessed firsthand the word of mouth, or the truly the reputational, your reputation does precede you, good and bad. And when it's good, it does help, I think, to get more interest in future projects. Obviously, when it's bad,
Right.
it's something to overcome. I don't think we have a bad reputation, which is really good. I think we've got we work really hard. Adrian and his team work really hard. I think we have a good reputation, but I do think that we could use some additional resources in that area. And that the next section is public safety. So I would like to stop here. Christina would like to stop here. She's already turned the lights out on us. I would like to come back together on Thursday if y'all are amenable to it. I think Jan has already posted it as such, so even if you say no, she's gonna make you. Where we will finish our last focus area, which is public safety, and that is a big one, but it's also one that you're gonna, I think, be familiar with. It's not, it's not diverting from the things that we've talked about. So we will do that and then really go through an exercise of where you want to land related to resource allocation, which is a politically correct way of saying, what are you willing to set the tax rate at? I know, that's what I said. They cleaned us up over here.
So, but in the, like I talked about earlier, in the.
Gotta take some pictures.
In the process of where we're going to set the tax rate, we're also gonna talk about what pieces of this puzzle we can bring on. And what impact that will have on them.
Yes, Jennifer and her team have developed an amazing tool for us. So it is gonna be you're gonna have some fun. You're gonna tell me, plug in this tax rate, and they're gonna do it. And it's gonna show you what revenue that generates and how much you will have to move out from the plan to stay within that parameter. And we can do that dynamically. We can do that together, or you can just say, hey, you guys, that's the target we want to get at. Y'all come back with a proposal for how to get us within those parameters. But for the low price of 75 cents, you could have it all.
And whenever your election comes around, it's gonna free up some time.
So that would be Thursday, the things to talk about. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Two quick questions, and hopefully they're quick. Okay, when you talk about our capital needs out next year, or however you slice it, maybe
Yes.
$1 billion. Ballpark, when would you anticipate needing to go to the bond market again?
May,
26?
yes.
Second question.
Typically, what Tracy does is schedules a bond issuance every May. We can do it sooner if we need to, but the way I try to plan is that if I feel like we're gonna need that project before summer, that it needs to back up a year, so that we're just not issuing at
Last question.
kind of the cadence.
I understand. Thank you. The proposal is from an increase in headcount of 65 for this current year. If you look out the 6 years you talked about, total of all the black boxes, what would be
Okay, got it. I've got, okay.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. And those are just general fund, but that is the lion's share.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right.
Does mayor need to adjourn or can I discuss this?
Mayor, are we adjourned?
Yes, figured it is.
3:20 and we